To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain. The good is clear. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first if we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best.
Hello and welcome to the Moonrise Lunar Showdown. My name is Vincent. I am joined by the one and only Sloppy Derek. Derek, how are you doing today?
I'm doing terrific, buddy. It's great to see you. We should have some pretty great Valorant today, and I am looking forward to it.
Hey, it's going to be amazing. I am so ready for the amazing Valorant that we are going to watch. And we got two awesome teams to start us out here, Swagoy and Illusion Gaming Black. I'm super excited. This is my first time at least getting to cast this version of the Illusion team. I've really been excited for what they've been able to put together in their short time together. But Swagoy, a team I kind of feel has been in the background, not really attending all that many events, but I'm excited to see what they can bring out. A very long-standing roster that hasn't really made a ton of changes, which is really cool. Something that's not very usual within the NA Valorant scene.
Well, and that's exactly it, right? And then you were just pushing to the Illusion team there. I believe they have a few different changes on the roster, but they were part of the Val-Am that we put on. So that's going to be a very interesting dynamic to see how well that they can mesh together and see if they can actually pull out a big dub here. We are doing the Moonrise here, and just it's all best of ones until you get to the grand finals, and then that's the best of three. And big prize pool today, right?
Yeah, 300 big buckaroos. So that is what you're playing for. And but like you said, best of ones till the final, where it will be best of three. But it is going to be exciting. I'm really interested to see how. I mean, the fact that we've got two teams of this caliber matched up in round one is pretty. I mean, number one is pretty awesome, but also I would say a little bit frustrating maybe for one of these teams, because that means one of them are out of it, which stinks for them. But that means we get a cool round one matchup. Obviously, you don't know how close it's going to be. Like I said, Swagoy has been maybe a little bit off the map as of recently. The last time I saw them play was over with the Valorant Premier Series that Community Gaming put on a couple of weeks ago, where they lost pretty dominantly to Akela, who is a really good team and probably should have beat them. I don't think it's unreasonable that they lost that series, but beyond that, I mean, we're talking all the way back to the first Challengers 3. So it's been a while since we've seen them compete. They haven't been, going into those weekly tournaments, but that just means maybe they're pracked and ready to get straight into it today and show the world what the strategies they have been putting together in the server in the background.
And yeah, I'm just more really curious on who's going to be that dominant force for Swag. Is it Swaggy? Swagu?
Swagoy.
Swagoy.
There we go.
I'm just terrible with names. But
it's a hard one.
I wonder if like James or John are going to be that pivotal player, right? And I guess it really all depends on what kind of map we're going to be going to, as well, right? And then the agent select is going to be the big one, I think. I don't know if we are going to see the Astra, that wild card, come out. But the Vipers are always a pivotal player, right? So I just don't know if Left Foot's going to be able to continue that momentum that he had in the past. However, listen, Illusion Black is going to be a very, very tough team to go against, especially with their past roster and some of their new faces that we see. So I'm very excited to see what exact map we're going to be going to. But I mean, it's just going to be a cat and mouse game for sure. It is, and like you hit the nail right on the head. Having such a high caliber game at the very beginning of your tournament, it's got to be a little daunting for both teams, because when they do see who they're going against, they're like, oh. Well, now we actually have to play, and they're hoping round one, hoping the seeding is not going to be that difficult, and hopefully you just kind of warm yourself up and get yourself into the tournament. But I think we might see an actual battle here, a back and forth battle.
Well, it certainly might be. It's funny that you touched on James and John there as two that you picked out. Those are the two difference makers, the big fraggers, if you will. I haven't personally seen a lot of Left Foot, a new addition since I last saw this roster. Lovely is certainly a player to look out for, but again, James and John, the two that I think are probably going to end up being the difference maker. On the other side of things, for Illusion, I don't know. Obviously, like, they have 6 players on the roster in Battlefy, so I don't know who exactly is taking the field here today, but I'm going to go assuming that we see Stee come out and play, that is going to be a player that I'm really big into. I mean, the cool thing about this Illusion Black lineup is they've kind of got players from all over the place. Tyler coming in from last round save previously, Apex coming in from YFP Gaming, and Medusa, formerly of 303 Esports. Like, it's just kind of a large group of players that I feel like have come together in this one area, and to me, when so many disparate parts come together, it really tells me that there's a lot of faith in this roster and this org by picking them up. I'm really, really excited to see what they put on display here, because Swagway, they are definitely a solid team. And I mean, listen, I've been really impressed in general with what Illusion have been able to do in kind of their opening duels, so to speak, where, you know, sure, they are a relatively new squad, but they've taken some pretty big victories, I would say. Like, they had a huge victory in granted a best of 1 over Easy 5. That's I mean, that is a really good team, Easy 5 is. But they've also lost in best of 3s to the likes of Able Esports, who I think is a very much a wild card team. They lose to bad teams and they beat good teams. Like,
they get in their head.
They really do. I love Able. I work with them in Counter-Strike as well. They're a great organization. Unfortunately, though, in the Valorant side of things, they really have not gotten that consistency. And so, you know, what that tells me is the Illusion at the moment, they have those peaks, but they also have the troughs. I want to see a peak tonight.
So I think it's kind of crazy, though. We also have Illusion Orange in the tournament as well. Have you hit on those guys at all in the past?
I actually haven't gotten the chance to cast them, but I have seen quite a few of their players. Bandito, for example, I believe coming in. Who did he play for previously? I'm trying to think. I want to say it was like Tactical Banditry, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think it was like a. Here, I can probably figure this out while you continue on. But
and then of course Carno, a big player on that roster. So I really enjoy watching that team play. I will say that I think that the Illusion Black side of things right now, from what I've seen, has maybe a little bit more potential. And I don't mean that to be derogatory, of course, but
absolutely not.
You know, just in general, I think that they've had a little bit better results, but I think that there's a lot of potential for the Illusion Orange team to kind of step up and be the difference maker. It just hasn't quite happened yet. I mean, to be honest, in some of the recent matches, they have just been absolutely demolished by some really good teams. Like, I'm looking Pug Stars, who just got picked up by Soar Esports. If you don't know, I mean, that's an absolutely incredible team that won 3 back-to-back VCS Sunday Showdowns, built by gamers. They lost in the stage 2 of Challenges 1. Then they lost to Renegades and a very good up-and-coming Lazarus Esports team that I saw a couple weeks ago. They went semifinals last week in the Sunday Showdown. So, like, it's really difficult. They've really run into a bit of a meat grinder in their last couple of runs, but my eyes at the moment are maybe a little bit more towards the Illusion Black side, even though I really am excited for what Illusion Orange can put on.
So yeah, just going back to obviously Bandito, he's only played on Illusion Gaming.
Interesting.
But obviously Illusion Gaming has both teams, right? So they are a very big roster. So I mean, maybe they're just trying to see how they're going to do. Maybe just try to cut it down to that real final 7 roster, you know, with the 2 subs. But yeah, so I just kind of taking a look here, you know, I mean, Illusion Gaming's played against some real big heavy hitters in the past, right? So looking at, like, they played against Titan Esports, they played against Able, they played against Rise. So yeah, they have played against very, very big teams in the past. And I mean, maybe Orange isn't going to be that bad. You know what I mean? Maybe it all depends on who shows up. Really, it really does. And you said, you know, Able, going right back to this, where you said that you've been able to see them in the Counter-Strike scene. Counter-Strike is very similar, but also very different from Valorant, right? Counter-Strike is very much point, click, get it done. Valorant there's a lot more factors involved, right? You have your utility, you have your placement of smokes, you have even now with Astra, you have the walls. So it's and I think the maps in Valorant aren't as versatile, I guess, as Counter-Strike. So maybe that's kind of catching Able Esports off guard. But let's get back to the task at hand here. These two teams, we're just waiting to see exactly what map we're going on, and if it is going to be Icebox, I know it's not going to be, but if it is going to be Icebox, who has the advantage here?
It's hard to say, really. I think that in my mind, Illusion Black has the advantage.
Yeah.
I really think that but let me put it to you this way. Like, they've lost to some really good teams, and Swagway, they have also had some key losses, but I think that the win over EC5 for Illusion Black, even in a best of one, gives me confidence that they can be there, and I just haven't seen enough as of late from Swagway. That's the reason that I think I would edge Illusion over in that matchup. But what about you? What do you think, Derek?
Well, it doesn't matter. I lost the bet. I said it was going to be Ascent, and it's not. It's going to be Bind. So now I owe you at least a drink control or something. But Bind, I mean, so we do see Illusion Black being on the attack here. And I think Bind is a very defensive map. And if you can play defense and really dig your heels in, Illusion Black might have a tall task to make it to the next round. I mean, it all depends on agent select. It really does, and who shows up to play today. It really, really does.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a key statement in that, when it comes right down to it, it's who shows up at the server at the time and just puts on a great show for us. So yeah, I mean, and I don't necessarily agree with you that Bind is necessarily a defensive map. I think it actually can go either way. It's slightly defensive over the course of the law of averages, but I actually find that the Bind is more snowbally in that
Okay.
you can really start to get moving on either side, but once you get moving, it's really hard to stop. I think it's mostly because of that economy game that can get pretty brutal. But either way, it doesn't really matter. Illusion Black, they're certainly going to have to step up on their defensive side. Having a good opening half is key in getting the victory. And 9 times out of 10, if you fall flat on your opening half, it really is a struggle to get straight back in there. So I don't think ultimately it even matters whether I agree or disagree. I think you're right that they're going to have to pick up something big time on their defense.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm really interested to see if we're going to see a Jet with an op. It just seems like the movement ability with the Jet is such a pivotal point, right? And like I said, right, coming down to it, I wonder what Tyler is going to be picking this game, or even. So they are defending. Okay, perfect. So Illusion is defending. So I'm just wondering what kind of defense we're going to see from Illusion then, right? I mean, if Tyler's going to go with, if Tyler's going to be able to go with that Omen, or if he's going to, go a bit more aggressive, maybe with Arena. Just versatility is key here, right?
I mean, you're absolutely right about that part. And I mean, I have to imagine that we would be seeing kind of I'm going to say same as we typically do from Tyler, and either playing on that Sova or on that Jet, maybe picking up. I mean, occasionally has picked up a breach, but realistically, I'm assuming we're going to see Sova from Tyler, unless they've changed up some of those roles since the last time that I saw them.
Right.
But Killer Miller, a player that I didn't mention when we initially got in there, is certainly a strong player, and I wasn't sure if they were going to be in, so I didn't mention them there for Illusion Black. But I'm really excited as I see that they have joined in. I've gotten word that they've joined in on that lobby, so I think that this is kind of shaping up to be a really interesting matchup where essentially we're basically going to have two teams that really are looking to prove themselves at and I don't mean this in a bad way, but just at a slightly lower level. When you're playing in those, things like the NSG Summer, or things like the Community Gaming Premier Series, there is the upper echelon of team that's available in those those events are higher than what I think we see here. And so for me, both of these teams, their goals have got to be to win this event. That's where they're at in the scene. I think that they should be odds on, well, either of these teams could be odds on favorites to come out victorious in this event. And so for me, I think that is what you have to say. You have to say, okay, we got a rough draw here in the opening round against a really good team. We need to, take that on the chin and just, smack them around a little bit.
Now, do you think Killer Miller is going to make that Cloud9 team that he's trying to crack?
Why you got to do it? Why have you got to do him like that? By the way, if you didn't know, chat, so he's got a C9 tag in on his name.
It's just all love. It's just all love. I'm just having a good time.
Oh man, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. Based on this is the tryout. Is what I'm saying.
That's it, eh?
You gotta impress us. My connections to Jack Etienne are absolutely massive. I'm just kidding. I have no connections to Jack whatsoever.
Just send him a quick DM. Hey Jack, listen, I got a boy for you to check out.
I got this guy.
Oh, that's hilarious. Listen though, hey, I know it's a little far-fetched, but if you make a statement, right, all of a sudden that name starts getting thrown out. Maybe that snowball starts happening.
True.
Like you were mentioning, and all of a sudden everybody's like, Killer Miller. Now he's our entry.
Hey, no. See, here's what happens. You start the rumors, right? Yourself. So you start the rumor that Killer Miller's going to C9, but you're the one who started those, and then you just let it just fester for a little while whilst everyone starts talking about it, and then you're like, then you just throw out on your own account like the eyes or like the contract gif or whatever. That's the big brain place.
I love it. So let's get right into the agent select here and look at our boy Killer Miller just hovering. Locked right in here.
Yeah,
I mean, an Astra lock-in. Oh, okay.
There we go. Okay, maybe a bit of bugs. Maybe a bit of bugs.
Not a big deal. We're still in beta.
Oh, that's a good meme. That's a good meme right there. Oh man. Well, we are seeing on the other side of things though here for Swagoi, a very interesting in that it's very meta. Well, yeah. I say meta. It has a Sage. That's not meta, but for Swagoi, this is fairly normal. They like their Sage a lot, and so that makes a lot of sense. But what I think is super interesting is we have a really cutting edge composition from Illusion Black. Not only do we have an Astra, we've got a Sky, we have a Viper.
Yeah, and no real big heavy hitter. Like no Jet, no Reyna.
We got a raise.
Yeah, you got a raise. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, and the interesting is that Sage. It is such an interesting pick. But let's see if we can see that Sage decide that they want to do something crazy. Maybe see some of those crazy walls popping up. And as we go, it's already down. Wow, we're already going. Two people have already fallen here, and Illusion. Oh my goodness! Illusion Black now is up 5-on-3.
Yeah, big finds there, and utilizing the utility off the back of that toxic screen very well, making sure to get information, and not to mention healing everybody up with the regrowth as well. So everybody's still very healthy as one RC looking to get a fourth position. Not on the roster that I saw, by the way, so I don't know who's that's a stand-in for. Either way, seems to not matter a whole lot. That being said, one frag found back over towards Long as John recovers that ghost.
Yeah, and it just seems like everybody's just kind of playing very passive right now, just kind of cat and mouse, just trying to feel each other out here. But it does look like now we are headed over towards the B side, and 1RC is going to be holding down the back of B and just doing pot shots. And oh my goodness, what a headshot! And Tyler coming in and cleaning up, and 1RC finishing it all off. And just like that, Illusion Black up 1-0.
Big victory there. The pistol round, exactly what you want to see if you are Illusion Black. A couple of double kills to pull it off, and I mean, I'm really excited to see Rano put this Viper to use. I'm really excited about it. Let me kind of, I'll let you know. I've had an epiphany about this Viper on this map.
I'm ready
because I think that it's actually kind of cracked. And on top of that, there were some lineups to throw some of those mollies straight across from A onto B to deny plants. It was incredible.
That's awesome. Well, hopefully we see it happen right now. But Tyler here is going to be holding down inside of Hookah, and it does look like they are setting up 3 players for Illusion Black over on the B site. But it looks like we're about to hit this crossfire. Tyler going to be using his little satchel, but Foot is going to be able to take him right down, and that is a beautiful burst shot. Apex going to be looking up in towards Hookah. 1RC is going to be able to take one down. Apex flash coming out. Just trying to get this crossfire going, and look at the utility from the Astra, completely stopping any type of rush.
Yeah, I mean, just basically putting her foot down, saying no thank you, you will not pass this position. Not to mention, wait, John's just in spawn. What is this? He's just having a good time. He's actually gonna get away as well. Potentially, that Trailblazer comes out and actually hits John. That's massive. Now they kind of know what's going on, but John hits the headshot anyway. It's now all on to Apex, who's got to do it 1 versus 2. Does meet a wall to the face, but with low HP, I mean, that's the unfortunate position where that regrowth simply doesn't heal you. It only heals your teammates. And at 94 HP, James is going to be the thorn in Apex's side. Left Foot as well actually has there was one low HP player. I thought it was going to be Left Foot, but I was wrong. They got healed up by that Sage. That's the beauty of it. And the double swing is there, and despite the headshot, Apex not going to come out victorious.
Well, it was close enough, but I mean, look at the health on the Jet. Left Foot had like, I think 15 health left. So if he would have been able to line up both of those, we might be talking about a completely different round. But great retake, and even better plant, you know, for swag, help me.
Swagoy.
There
we go.
And we don't normally see, after you lose the first round, you win the second. You know, the guns aren't in hands. So that's a huge round for them.
Yeah, and I didn't really talk about the breach, but I actually think that breach kind of makes this a little bit more fair in that the amount of utility is not super one-sided. That being said, John looking to make this a very one-sided round. Left Foot now looking for more for Swagboy, but doesn't connect too awful much. Meat Rocket, on the other hand, does just that, but Rano trades for John over at the short A position. Pulling back up that toxic screen, gets through the teleporter, and is coming in for help at Hookah. But 3-on-4 is not an ideal position to be in if you are the defense.
And that's exactly it. So the healing up is happening from Apex, you know, getting everybody up to about 100. And now the spike is about to go down for Swagoy. And a retake scenario now for Illusion. Wall's going to be taken down, and oh my, Reno's going to be able to take down James, and that is a huge first retake pick. As 1RC is going to be using a shock dart, he's going to be trying to pull one person away from that back left side. And Left Foot just kind of waiting and buying his time. Does see one going to take him down. 1RC is going to fall here, and now we're in a 2-on-2. Oh, the ult's already up from Reno. Apex is going to be able to take down one, and now we're in a 1-on-1. Apex going to be looking for the last remaining person. Left Foot going to just get out. And oh my goodness! No time, unfortunately, but what a retake. 0.83, and I mean just shy of a second.
Yeah, that was awful close. I mean, you gotta feel for Illusion Black right there. I will say that the commitment of that Viper's Pit. I don't know that I love it, but you know what? I can understand with how close the round was. I think that it at least makes some logical sense. And even though it didn't work out in their favor, there's still Illusion Black prepped and ready to kind of continue their pushes. They've got the Seekers online, and not to mention that they also are going to be coming up on that Hunter's Fury. So be on the lookout for those two. Only the Neural Theft to speak of, at least at this time, as a orb has been gained. Me Rocket gets found out by that sonar arrow. Not going to be able to connect with any shots though, as Me Rocket is thinking, no thank you, we're not going to be taking that fight right now.
Well, that's exactly it. Just kind of getting a little bit of intel, though. Does see that there's at least one person there. Not seeing a second, so maybe that will be the intel that they needed. Like, let's get over here now. Maybe there's only 1 or 2 people on B. But as we say that, there is 4 people for Illusion Black hanging out on B. So one person just kind of hanging out by himself over on A. Leftfoot's already pushed all the way up into Hook, though. Just trying to see if he can get at least a pick. He does see the top of a head here, and just misses. So I mean, that's a huge first little pick, and Apex is going to take one down. So now Illusion Black has the advantage in this round. Lovely's going to be looking at one person and sees 3 on site. Apex is going to be able to turn around and take him down. Tyler going to take down 2 towards Long and gets taken down from James. And now James all by himself, but Apex, the Predator, coming around and taking down James.
Yeah, I mean, in between Apex and Tyler, a full house of frags, 3 for Apex and 2 for Tyler. Really well done. I mean, that just looked so very strong. And on top of that, like, in fairness, Swagboy kind of like, you know, said, hey, we're going B. Hey, right here, guys, we're going to be hitting B, by like making it very obvious. Yeah. But that being said, I love the patience that Illusion Black were playing with, not giving too much away on the site. Yes, they did give 1 or 2 opportunities, but once they realized it was being held, they were like, okay, we don't need to be giving this away, as we are seeing yet another forward position from Tyler, this time with an operator. Gets it out with their life, though, barely, but up close and personal, now recovering the rifle, still unable to connect, and through the smokes is Lovely. Gonna get the shot, and now this is absolutely devastating. There's still one player here at A, that's John, and I don't even know if they have any idea about that. Now they do, John going through the teleporter, but it's 4 on 2.
It is 4 on 2, spike down, and not in the favor of Illusion Black. So if you're Illusion Black here, you're just going to be trying to get a pick. I don't think you try to take this round, obviously. You just kind of wait. The time's not in your favor. Recon bolt's now destroyed. You've already given them so much time to get off of site and just hold angles. So, but it does look like they are going to go for it. And maybe if they can get one person, no, Lovely's going to come around and take down 1RC. Does know exactly who the last person is. And Meat Rock's going to be able to take him down with a beautiful classic shot. And just like that, it is now 3-2.
Did you catch, Derek, what happened there? How did 2 players go down whilst we were watching? I believe it was a Tyler getting out of Long with that operator. Did you know where those kills come from?
I honestly don't know. I was more worried, or actually not even worried. I was more impressed that Tyler was able to see 3 people, then go, listen, I got to get out of here and grab a gun and live that entire time. But unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to see exactly what happened.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly what it was, but what I do know is that I feel like there was a cacophony of errors right there from Illusion Black. They got a little bit too forward of a position and then made mistakes on that retake. No reason to go for the retake. And, well, there's another one. Rano swinging wide when it's not necessary, and another wide swing. That one not as much so from Killer Miller. Hunter's Fury gets procced in return to deny this bomb plant for just a moment, but that's just for a moment as the heal comes through from the Sage.
And that's exactly it. Now, Swagboy has bomb down. They have man advantage in a 5 on, oh jeez, James. In a 5-on-1, James going absolutely massive with this Sage. He's like, listen, Sages can be aggressive too. As he's just gonna be holding here, he does get pinged out for that location just so he can try to get that kill, which is insane, the amount of confidence he has right now.
I mean, that's just patented James right there. I mean, if you've ever seen James play, you know that's just kind of what they do. So when I saw a Sage here, I wasn't surprised, and that's the reason. James loves that play, loves to get aggressive with that character in particular, and does a great job of it. It's really impressive, and I think that it kind of just goes to show, what this team in Swagoi has to offer. They like these, sort of off meta compositions, but it's fine. And well, that's not so off meta. You just shoot him in the head, right?
That's it.
That's the meta.
That's it. Honestly, you just point and click. Left foot and the rest of Swagoi is already just pushed right out onto site. Spike is about to go down, and Illusion Black is on a save here, so this shouldn't be a surprise that Swagoi is just going to come along and just take them right down. However, left foot being so aggressive, and this is what I was trying to point to, is that would be a Jet, right? Just with the movement abilities, the ability to make a headshot, and that's why that character is so deadly. And as you see right there, left foot getting 3 out of the 5 kills by himself.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a Jet doing Jet things, we could say. That being said, now 2-5. That was an eco round for Illusion Black. So now I'm on the lookout. You know what I think needs to really improve? I think that these late round scenarios need to improve a lot. I think Rano is going down far too early. You absolutely need to be able to utilize the Viper late round, I believe, on retakes in particular. I think it's just very powerful. So that's one thing, and there's another. That decay already taking you down 50. No shields for you, and Rano comes up victorious. Left foot is shut down this time.
And that's a huge pick and advantage now for Illusion Black. So that's exactly what they needed. Guns in hands, and Reno doing work, taking down 1. So now we're just kind of in a cat and mouse game again, just waiting for that push to happen. You did get a few, I guess, a little bit of information over on the A site, and Spike is still up in the hands though of Swagoi here. So and there's that DK again, like right down to almost nothing. But Lovely's gonna be able to take one down, and Reno just gonna make work happen, taking down another. So I mean, Illusion Black is looking very, very good in this round.
I'm a little unsure why we didn't see the Rolling Thunder get thrown out there, but I mean, either way, it ended in a 1-for-1, so that's not the worst case scenario. Tyler falls, though Apex comes back for more. John out of the picture now, as it's just going to be a one-sided attack, if it is an attack, as there goes that push. As a wall, actually, as well. That is brutal. Straight through the Astra smoke and right into the hands of the waiting Killer Miller.
And boy, did Killer Miller need that. Obviously, he had no kills coming into that round, and coming into round number 9. So round number 8, still, a goose egg on the board, just for his confidence alone to be able to take down 2 people in such a I guess aggressive fashion, taking them both down. Maybe we'll see a bit more of aggression coming out of Killer Miller now.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. I mean, you talk about the confidence, it's certainly something that is a big factor. And speaking of which, Killer Miller getting a forward position once again. Elsewhere, Meat Rocket and Tyler both trading out. That being said, the trade's appearing to favor the side of Illusion Black as Apex gets a second. Absolutely incredible, leaving only the 1 player left alive, and that is an Omen, who is, I mean, really basically in spawn. There's very little positioning that has been gained, and understandably recovering a rifle. Don't want to have an operator in this situation.
No, for sure. And obviously on a 3-on-1 here, Spike is still up in the hand of Meat Rocket, but moving up towards Long, and he might be able to get one here. He does. So now we're pulling it back to a 2-on-1. Obviously location revealed, obviously with that kill, but this if he can get another pick here, making it a 1-on-1 situation, we might be okay for Meat Rocket here. And Illusion Black kind of coming back into this game one round at a
30
time.
seconds left.
So Meat Rocket's got to be able to try, and he does have time to do this rotate, so he can walk all the way over to the A site.
Yeah, there is time. I'm not a huge fan of how split the defenders are here. This is a problem. Moreno is now in a forward position,
10
and
seconds left.
I mean, there's no way that Meat Rocket is going to expect this. Okay, that's very fortunate. I mean, that was scary because that could have been two 1v1s created. Fortunately, Rando played it passively enough that it just wasn't an issue. But I mean, it worried me a little bit. I'll say that. But well played by Rando to not get too forward of a position there.
Let's talk about how good the bomb plant was, because that's extra money in the pockets now, right? So even though you lost the round, you still had 2 rounds to play with regardless, and getting that spike down is huge. Just, I think it's $300, right? So an extra 300 in the pockets, and now you can still afford to buy.
Yeah, I mean, that extra little credit investment is certainly not a unwelcome thing. That being said, there was lots of money here for Swagway. I mean, they were going to have cash, but that just keeps their economy a little bit healthier for a little bit longer. And like you said, that is certainly highly impactful. As we see this round getting underway, about 1:30 now on the clock, as it's kind of just a trade of utility, not wanting to give too much away in the opening stages of this round, but ultimately, looks as if this push might be headed towards the A site.
And that one-way smoke is deadly for the Viper there. And I've always been so interested on how people find those out,
Lots of time in the server, that's it.
For sure. So huge ult coming out here, now knows exactly that all players are sitting right in the mid area. So that's a lot of information now for Illusion Black. And now you just got to be worried, is that rotate gonna happen?
5 people!
Oh boy, Killer Miller is sitting on a beautiful flank spot right now. Obviously, everybody knows that they were all mid. So if Killer Miller just plays his time right, you might get that rotate happening from Swagoy, and oh my, left foot's gonna go massive! Gonna take down 2, looking for a 3rd, and that 2 picks were huge. Oh boy, it's coming around the corner. Left foot's gonna be able to take down Apex, and now, just as we were talking about it, Killer Miller's the last remaining player for Illusion Black. Gonna be looking for 1, and he is gonna get 1. So a 1-on-4 now, and oh boy, talk about an uphill battle for Illusion Black in this round.
Would have to ace clutch to win this one. I mean, unwinnable is usually not a term that I use, but it feels very much that that's the case, particularly with James coming in from behind late into this one. And I don't know if Killer Miller's even going to be prepped and ready for that one.
No.
Well, doesn't even matter. Takes the fight with John, and 6-4 the scoreline, securing at least 6 rounds there for Swagway on their attacker side of things. And I mean, honestly, that was a big flub from Illusion Black. They couldn't have been more prepared for that push, and they fall flat.
Boy, did they. And that, that right ultimate from the sky there, just from Apex, was perfect. And once you see all the little doggos go straight down middle, you're like, well, that's where everybody is. So that intel was huge. And let's just see exactly what Illusion Black can do here to try to get, I guess, a little bit more momentum here.
Man, look at all that damage that Rhino took through the box. Just an unfortunate position. Honestly, that really wasn't even his fault, other than, just don't position there, I guess. Like that, in fairness, that is a strategy, but still, unfortunate to say the least. A limited investment is in here as the Trailblazer goes forward. It blazes a short trail straight into the Showers position, where one player is found, and James is there to not only take the fight but win the fight. Rano shortly lived. His left foot gets in on the action.
Let's just talk about how good left foot has been already in such a short period of time in this game, as left foot is just playing very dominant, just very confident, and just as we say that, takes down 1 RC, and now it's a 5-on-2 with Illusion Black again being behind the 8 ball. It's just the aggression of Swagboy has just been unbelievable, and John's going to be able to take down one, and the last remaining player is the Astra, and who do you find? Killer Miller's going to take down Left Foot, Greta gun in the hand, but I mean, you don't like to say unwinnable, but I mean, that would have had to have been another ace.
Yeah, it definitely would have been. Again, that's an eco for Illusion Black, so expected to go that way. Now, this is really the round that they need to pick up. You know, 7-5 is a pretty respectable half. I'd say 4 is not unrespectable, but it certainly is not ideal. You really feel like you're behind the 8 ball at that point, but you know, 7-5 very much easy to come back from. You know, that's a pistol and an anti-eco round away from tied up. So I think that, especially, you know, not just on paper, but in the mentality, it matters a whole lot. And so we're gonna see how it goes. Honestly, I've been not all that impressed with the way that Illusion Black have been putting to use their vast amounts of utility. It seems like they're just kind of throwing it out there and hoping for the best, and it's just not worked out.
I mean, how long has Killer Miller had the world divided?
A while.
Like, I don't think I've seen it once.
No, not in this game.
So that's, I mean, yeah, it just seems like a utility, and the ultimates aren't getting used when they should be. But as we're talking about this, Tyler's going to be able to take down 3, and that is a huge round for Tyler, taking down 3, down to 6 HP. Killer Miller's going to be able to take down John, and now you're going to see some utility finally coming out, and the world divided now coming out. Last round of the half though, and Apex are going to be able to take down Meat Rocket, and just like that, 7-5.
Switching sides.
Yeah, I mean, pulling out the Cosmic Divide there at the very end is at least expected, right? Like, but I would have, like you were saying, preferred to see a little bit more usage out of it. Maybe we just missed it, you know, I'll give the benefit of the doubt, but you know, I certainly didn't, and if, you know, if that was the case, if that was the only usage, it could have gotten, I think, more value if we would have seen it a bit more often. That being said, now I think here is where the composition that Illusion Black are running is a little bit easier to get big value out of, right? So like the guiding lights are so much simpler to just get forward positions with and just chain flash your opponents. Same thing could be said with the positioning of all the Astra utility and of the Viper. Like, you know, I think that there is a lot to be said that this is maybe a little bit of an attacking sided setup.
Oh. That blind was perfect, but Tyler's gonna be able to make it work, taking down Meat Rocket, and Reno's gonna come onto the site and get another. Spike is now gonna go down, and now you have all Illusion Black taking all over this. James is gonna be able to take down 1, and now we're in a 4-on-2. So James is going to be holding down the angle in mid-sight, and going to have to do a lot of work here, as Killer Miller's going to come around and take him down. Lovely, the last remaining player for Swagboy is going to get spotted out here, and Apex is just going to be able to take him down. And that's a huge pistol round for Illusion.
Like I said, pistol and anti-eco, that's all it would take to get right back into this thing. That being said, I do think that, you know, this anti-eco has not necessarily been the easiest of things for any of these teams so far. We saw immediately the Illusion Black, or rather the Swagboy side of things, winning that, or rather Illusion Black, sorry, winning the anti-eco round. And I'm not sure what I just saw from that boombot, but something crazy. Since Tyler threw it out. Thankfully, I mean, that looked kind of cursed, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, it's dead now, so don't worry about it.
It's just been murdered. Yes, I mean, you're right.
Kill it with fire.
Murder it.
That's exactly. So we are going to see Illusion now over towards the B side, spike in hand, and utility or alt orb going to be picked up. So now it is going to be a push over towards the B side. One person still sitting up into Hookah though, and look at Lovely just taking down 1. But as we say all that, Apex just coming around and doing work. Meat Rocket's just going to try to get out. Left Foot's going to come right out, but unfortunately gets taken down by Reno, and Apex with a triple kill, doing work, doing absolute work.
I mean, left foot just said hello with a shotgun shell and a finger pull. Like, what the heck, man?
Oh,
He was just like, howdy, folks, and then straight shotgunning. What the heck just happened?
He was right beside him, and he's like, "Hey, so like, what are we doing after?"
Yeah.
And then just gets to, like,
y'all want to hang out?
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all chilling? Like, what's good, fam?
Oh my!
This is ridiculous.
All tied up now, though, 7-7, and this is actually what we expected, though. We expected a back and forth match in the first match of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And James with the opening frag, gonna get attempt, or at least an attempt to trade, but John comes in for help, and Killer Miller now on the push through the showers is the sole survivor, actually, of the round. And I'm not sure where all of the guns that they had last round went. They like
happened so fast.
Yeah, it was almost like you blink and you miss it.
Well, I was just assuming the trade was going to happen, and then nobody died for Swagoi. It was just, all of a sudden, John was just standing there, James was holding down an angle, and it was just bang, bang, double kill, and just before you know it, Killer Miller was the last remaining player for Illusions, just hanging out in showers going, guys, what happened?
He was saying help, actually. He was like, "What? I need some support here, fellas." And then he hit tab, and no one was alive.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He goes, "Okay, guys, so where's Spike?" And everybody was just silent.
Yeah.
Oh my! Left foot's gonna be pushed all the way out, and Apex is gonna get that trade again. Let's just talk about how unbelievable Apex has been.
Incredible.
Yeah, the pivotal plays from Apex, triple kills and double kills, and the trades. It's just fantastic.
There goes some Seekers, and unsurprisingly, seeing that they've all elected to go towards B, the push is going to come out over here at A as the toxic screen comes up in order to create some space. Meat Rocket, though, is the sole player live on the site for the defense and is not going to actually get anything off the back of that just yet, as Rano puts the spike down and gets out with their life. Apex, though, not so lucky, is going to get taken down, as now the retake looks to come in. Paranoia, maybe procced and ready. The swing comes in from John, and it's good for one. Tyler finds one frag, but that's it. It's all on to Rano, who's got to do it all alone, but it's doing everything. Has to reload. What an inopportune moment, though, and has to just get taken down because of that. The information play from John. If John wasn't that close, that was Rano's round.
100% it was. The spray through the smoke to be able to take down two was insane. And John just being, like you said, just being at the right place at the right time, just 2-3 feet back, knows exactly where he was. He couldn't have went right. He had to go left. So he just walked around the corner and took him down. But that was a matter of seconds for it being Rano's round.
Well, and that's the power of the Viper that I was talking about, Derek. Those post-plant scenarios can be very strong. We're talking basically, you have very little health remaining. Even if you're tagged a little bit, you have no shields. You're down 50% there, and it's just very frustrating. So a situation that I think that Rano probably would have come away victorious with is, unfortunately for 1RC, is just getting chain stunned, flashed, and just can't play the video game. He's having a good time.
He's just, he's like, listen, I downloaded it just like you guys did, and I want to play. But Lovely's going to be holding on site, and there is some information because that Rolling Thunder did hit. So kind of just waiting out here, and Apex now going to be using more utility. And look at this.
Oh no.
Lovely has the intel taking down Apex, and Tyler's going to get that. Oh, that was actually 1RC gets that trade, but Tyler was doing some damage as well. Left foot's already on site with that DK, down to 100 health but 7 shield because of that DK. And now coming around, taking down Rano. Perfect shot. And now 3-on-3. Spike still up in the hands, and Tyler's gonna get that. Oh my, he was not looking at left foot, was looking left and got shot from the right. James coming out huge though, and a triple kill for James, securing that round. Rezzing for some reason, just a little swag res. Come on up. And now we're gonna get that defuse. 10 rounds now for Swagoi.
I mean, that res really for eco purposes. Want to keep the money healthy.
Oh, that makes
Want to
sense.
make sure everybody, has enough cash for another round. Were it to be a loss next time, I mean, you can see that the money is fairly decent, but it's certainly helped out by that res, keeping everyone above like 1K. Otherwise, you would have been, a little bit down. That being said, you could argue not strictly necessary. It just kind of depends on your point of view, I think. But regardless of your point of view, this is a good start to the end of days for Illusion Black, depending on if Swagboy can just kind of continue to put an end to these rounds one by one. Man, that's such a great way to set that up. I absolutely love it. And oh my goodness, it looked as if, Tyler knew what was going on. 1RC wins the gunfight, and Apex wins the follow-up. Getting away there is Left Foot, but is going to have to wait a little bit. Wait, did he find a kill through the... No way did Left Foot find that kill.
Did he get that shot through the wall?
I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter. There goes the Viper's Pit. Everyone falls.
What happened?
I mean, Swagway everybody won their gunfight. Everybody did what they were supposed to do. And once again, it feels as if Illusion Black, they have so much utility, but they're just not able to get the big value out of it.
So Illusion Black got the first 2 picks on B side, got into sight pretty much uncontested once they dropped. Spike gets planted, and then all of a sudden Left Foot and Meat Rocket were like, hey guys, hold on a second, relax, we're gonna come along and we're gonna bring this back. Nobody else is dying. And they do just that. And I don't know if Left Foot got that shot through the wall on 1RC, but it was a headshot, and it happened while he was staring at a wall. So I don't know, but Swagboy coming out absolutely massive on that retake.
Well, I mean, look at the cash, the guns. They're just, I mean, they're not there. Unfortunately for Illusion Black, they're going to have to go back to that drawing board. There goes the showstopper to try and open things up. Left Foot up close and personal, unable to connect. Killer Miller with the pistol is able to make that frag work, but Lovely now is the one to pick up the kills, and I should say a kill as James gets in on the action too. There's 2 players left alive, and John, ready and waiting, lines him up and knocks him down.
So let's talk about this really, really quick here. That is still another round where Killer Miller hasn't used the ult.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that one, I don't know that there's like a great place to use it, and you are on an eco, so like I could forgive it on that round in particular. But again, it has been a lack of ultimates, and in fairness, I think that, I mean, if you look at the scoreline, 8 and 14, Killer Miller has not had an opportunity to have all that many ultimates either. So it's just been, two things together really making it look like a bit more of a struggle than maybe it is supposed to be.
I mean, you got the showstopper though to start it off. I just assumed that you would, try to do your thing and get a world divided and, kind of force onto the site all together. But regardless, it doesn't matter. It's in the past now, and now we're in match point for Swagboy. So if you're Illusion Black, it's all or nothing here. You either win or you go home, and unfortunately in the best of ones, that's pretty much how it works. Meat Rocket's actually good. Might fall here. Oh, he gets away. John's going to be able to take down Reno, and John is going to take down Apex. And now, before you know it, Illusion Black is behind the black ball again.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, and well, even further behind now off the back of that, Rolling Thunder. Now they know where the single last player is, and it's simply a matter of time. Lovely with a lovely shot to close things down. 13-7, the eventual scoreline in the favor of Swagboy. Illusion Black, I think number one, they had a stand-in here. Number two, they really struggled with their with what their plan was on that on both sides. Really, there was a semblance of a plan, but then it just kind of whenever you got to kind of point 2 or 3 on the flow chart of the plan, it started to fall apart.
That's when the pie chart just didn't make sense anymore.
No.
I'll tell you this though, Swagoi was, well, they were destructive. They were unstoppable. Even when they were on offense, they were just all over them, and it just seemed like Illusion Black just never felt comfortable, is what it looked like, right? It just looked like they just never really got that momentum that they needed. But I mean, there was some absolute massive plays from Swagoi, and obviously Illusion Black just go back to the drawing board, try to reset, maybe sign up for our Pit of Valor that we normally do, right? Free sign up. So that, I think that's what they're going to have to do. Obviously, chalk it up for we just didn't play very well. We just got to regroup, come back at it. And Swagoi is now going to be moving on to round number 2. So huge move, and congratulations going to Swagoi. And let's just talk about how it's $300 on the line here. You make it all the way to the finals, the best of 3, you win, 300 bones in your pocket. So obviously next round is going to be very, very interesting to see who we get, and just to see how the tournament is playing out so far.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely is. I want to say, though, shout out there to both Leftfoot and John, who had a great standout performance as well on the side of Swagoi. Apex had a great game, too, for Illusion Black. Unfortunately, that didn't put them over the edge. Ultimately, though, I really think that there was a lot of good ideas for Illusion Black. They weren't able to actually, fully put those into effect. And once those get moving, they're going to be a scary team to be sure. That being said, like you were talking about, Swagoi moving on in the bracket here at the Moonrise tournament. And I mean, it's exciting. I'm excited to see what they bring, but the good news is that we're going to get to see even more from these teams, but we're going to have to take a few moments in order to get everything set up and ready to go. We're going to take a short little break, but once we come back, we will be seeing even more awesome Valorant action.
You never really thought that this could just happen, but don't really come on and we pull out with the action. Just keep on the feed, don't they don't get it like. like you. Be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one. Only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero.
Alrighty, after our short little break, we have returned for yet another matchup. Myself and Derek still on the desk here. We have Down to Earth coming up against the one, the only, through Team 6.
Man, I love that name. Let's just talk about that name real quick. Throw Team
great.
6. It's fantastic. Now we are going to be on Ascent. Going to be a. I don't think I've ever casted Ascent. Have you?
No, I've never actually heard of this map. It's gonna be fun. New things for everyone.
New things, and oh boy, Ascent. It just seems like the staple. It's almost like the Dust 2. You know what I mean? It's that map that everybody wants to play. So let's get right into the agent select here. I'm very interested to see what Throw Team 6 decides that they want to go with. Obviously, if they're going to stick with that name, we're probably going to see a Yoru, or we're going to see an Astra. You know what I mean? Just,
I mean, is that throwing? Is that throwing? No, probably not. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I do understand. And I mean, I think that we need to maybe set up here that this realistically should be a very one-sided affair for Down to Earth. That's not to say that's not to say that Throw Team 6 can't surprise. They absolutely can. But on paper, I mean, Down to Earth is a very well-known roster, very well-known players. Bats, Kip, Yum, all players that you should recognize. Six-Pack, Neat as well. Maybe a little bit less so, but still very recognizable. On the other side of things, though, basically all new faces to this tier 3, tier 2 scene. I think that it would be tough to say that you have heard the likes of Tamagos or any of these players here. But again, that's what's the beauty of these types of tournaments. We can see, it's only a $10 entry fee, man. Yep. Anybody can afford that. $2 a piece. Yep. You get your buds in here, you run it back, and you hope you can hit that $300 mark.
Well, you hope, right? And that 300 bones will be pretty nice investment. $10 to switch over to 300.
Heck yeah.
Let's. I mean, honestly, I don't want to be that guy, but I'm hoping for an upset.
Okay. All right.
I'm hoping for an upset, and I hope for the upset in the way of a very close match, and maybe an overtime upset, or maybe just getting that one round that you're like, oh man, they should not have gotten that round, and then get a little bit of momentum, and maybe Throw Team 6 will be the champions at the end of this. However, they have a very daunting task in front of them. As you were saying, Down to Earth is a very good team.
Yeah, the only maybe positive there for the Throw Team 6 is that Down to Earth, they've kind of been messing with the roster a lot. They really don't have a solidified 6 for both of their squads. It's been very weird, I should say. And that being said, Yum is a great player who has always found success, and unfortunately is only successful for one frag. It's a trade. The push coming through from Neat is unsuccessful as well. Bats comes in for some help, but 3v3 ultimately, nobody favored.
Six pack being able to take down one, and what a shot that was. And Kip is going to be able to take down one, and before you know it, Down to Earth takes that round very quickly.
Well, I mean, that is certainly a nice way to open up a game, and Down to Earth do it with, you know, some nice shots. I will say that there was a bit of a flub there by Kip trying to get up on top of the wall at short, but you know what? It happens to the best of us. I think that's not, you know, that big a deal. And you know, something we didn't mention, this Sage has been you know, somewhat consistent today, and it's not the norm, but it is certainly a well optimized off meta pick.
Absolutely, and you just see Sage now being more of an aggressive player, which I think is kind of a cool turn of events. Oh my goodness! That was the last bullet, and Six Pack takes him down. Coming around the corner. Oh no, yeah, Six Pack. Oh my! Taking down two, and that trade, it finally falls. So Tamagos is going to be able to get that trade. Yum coming around, and just like that, already pushed all the way through middle, and I don't think that call was there, as nobody knew Yum was already pushed all the way through and takes down the last remaining two players of Throw Team 6.
Yeah, nobody really looking that right direction, I would say. That being said, it is just the eco round. Nothing to really be concerned about. What I will say is that I am a bit concerned for this round. The weaponry is very interesting for Down to Earth. They've got a Bucky, 3 SMGs, 1 pistol. Going up against 4 Vandals and a Phantom is certainly not what I would call ideal, but you know what? We'll see how it goes.
And Henny, everybody on Throw Team 6 now having full guns and full utility. So let's see if they can make anything happen here. Henny actually is going to get revealed, and just going to let it pop all the way through. He's going to be looking for one, and he's just spraying for, you know, the life of him just to try to get that initial pick. Still 5-on-5. Yum's going to be holding down in the market area, but as you see, everybody from Throw Team 6, nobody wants to make that first move and give up that first pick. So it's a very passive play now for Throw Team 6.
Yeah, and if you look, the lack of an initiator is a problem. I mean, you have two options, right? You use your jet to get a very fast forward position and dash in, or you use the Lear. And Lear is probably one of the worst flashes in the game. So it's not ideal no matter how you slice it. And well, that not super ideal. Nearly gotten another frag there. But fortunately for the attackers, gonna get away with things. They'll need with a great frag. Tapping heads with that thing with a ghost. Well done as Tamagos puts the spike down.
He's like, I don't need a gun. You guys were talking about me having to buy? I don't need that. He's still holding this ghost, by the way. This is crazy. So Neat is going to be trying to do a retake here with just a ghost. The remaining members now coming through. Tamagos an all-star, and Tamagos goes massive with a triple kill. And you have to think maybe Neat should have needed a gun.
I mean, yeah, yes and no, right? Like, if you're gonna commit to that sort of buy, you commit to it all, and that's exactly what was done there. I don't think put it this way, I don't think buying like a Spectre or something would have really changed that outcome. What I would say is that the judge here for Neat is a little interesting. Though might just be looking for a Blade Storm depending on where they're pushing. No, actually pushing mid with the judge. I mean, this is a forward position.
Yeah, it's like, and that was round 3. He didn't buy round 1 or 2, so he had the ability to buy a Vandal. So not really sure. I don't know. Radiant's gonna be able to take down Neat though, and that's another gun out of the hand. Six Pack is going to get 1, and we're in a 4-on-2. So maybe Neat knows something that I don't. Obviously, I'm not this good of a Valorant player. So I mean, if he just wants to play the way he wants and it's working, who am I to say anything? And just like that, I you know what? Down to earth. 3 rounds now.
We can be real with you. I think it's just disrespectful play.
Yeah.
I think that's what it comes down to. And here's the thing: like, you gotta, if you are third team 6, you gotta force Down to Earth to respect you. They don't know you.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, and again, no disrespect to these players at all. I think it's awesome that they've come out here. But what I will say is that you are an unknown. You haven't proven yourself on a stage.
Right.
The likes of Yum, Kip, and Bats, I know for sure. Don't know about the other 2 necessarily, but certainly those 3 have, you know, they've won tournaments. They've been in big finals. They know what pressure looks like, and so they're not the type of players who are going to fold under your expectations. And well, fold is exactly what Throw Team 6 are doing, folding under the pressure that is Six-Pack, a 4K flawless victory.
What a beautiful setup from Six-Pack there. Used the alarm bot, used the nano swarm, and his turret got a kill.
Yeah.
So, like, talk about using the utility, knowing exactly where to set it up properly, and being able to hit your shots. That's a deadly combination.
It certainly is. I mean, like I said, I think that round in particular shows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know, right there, in that, you know, D2E right now they're playing aggressive, and that's because they think they can get away with it. And until you show them you can't, I think that's fair enough. Radon wanting to make a statement saying, listen, no, we deserve some respect. We'll put some respect on your name and do exactly what you've been doing to us. Tamagos comes in for the frag as well on the duelist. Absolutely incredible. It's now a 3v5 favoring Third Team 6.
And that's exactly what you were saying, right? You gotta force respect. Raiden's gonna be able to do it. And Tamagos is going massive this round. That's another kill. Just being very aggressive. So Neat is now the last remaining member. And just like that, Tamagos with a triple kill gonna take down Neat. And that is now an op out of the hands of Down to Earth.
Yeah, and here's the thing. That was some very sloppy play from Down to Earth. They got 2 forward positions. They weren't in tradable places. They didn't play together. You know, all of these things, right, that you would call, you know, elementary mistakes. They're confidence in disguise. And now I would assume that Down to Earth probably going to be playing this a little bit more passively this time around. It's looking like probably so. Operator back out in the hands of Neat, who was looking for more there, didn't quite connect, but still a good opening. 4-2 is still the scoreline, so Down to Earth have a couple of rounds to play with.
Well, for sure. And now that off is going to be holding down. Oh, Hunter Spirit coming up from Bats. He does tag somebody. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but intel is there. Neat's going to be able to take down one, and that is a huge pick for Neat. That operator finally in the back of hands of Neat and used perfectly.
Oh, and Kip actually was able to spot out the player up top mid, but didn't quite realize that Raiden was playing close by as well behind the wall. So a big victory there in the middle area, really making this now just an even Steven matchup. That being said, Yum has something to say, and say it he will as he responds, getting that player down in mid who had taken out Kip. Is now it's 1 player advantage for Down to Earth. These rotations coming in over towards A as Tamagos and Co are looking to do this cat split. But look at all the utility set up here on the catwalk itself. The alarm bot. I mean, if that alarm bot goes off and immediately you pop the 2 nanoswarms. Oh, fortunately he got the 1. That would have been big. But D2E, you don't need just the utility when you have the ability to shoot people in the face.
And oh my goodness, Six-Pack going absolutely crazy. That perfect pick. Oh, Henny's gonna get out of that, but not for long, as Yum is gonna come around and just take him down. But that perfect utility setup, the alarm bot in between the 2 nano swarms, Tamagos with the reaction time just drops down, stops the other nano swarm, but unfortunately on the way out, Six-Pack just comes around the corner and was like, stop moving, I'm just gonna take you down here.
See you later.
Yeah,
Said Six-Pack. I mean, that is certainly a great way to find it. Six packs, you know, top of the leaderboard there, 10-5 right now. Having a good game. Not only the top of the leaderboard, but top of the server.
Look at this.
I might add. Yeah, Neat. Oh, does Neat find it? Yes, yeah. Neat does. Henny is taken down, and Yum with the follow-up as well on the All-Star. That is a way to open things up. Kip gets aggressive everywhere. They're just pushing their W keys, and they're unstoppable, down to earth. Absolutely demolishing Throw Team 6.
And just making it look easy at that. Like, that was such a perfect play. And I'm like...
They pushed everywhere, Derek. They just pushed everywhere.
But like that first initial pick by Neat hits the shot, pulls away. And with Throw Team 6, maybe this was just a little bit of not knowing how good Down to Earth was. But when Neat hit that shot, jetted away, Yum was literally just sitting there waiting for the second person to pick. And then he looked, and Yum just took it off his head.
Yeah,
it was just perfectly executed. It was a double peek, and when you got the initial shot, you just leave and let the second guy clean it up.
Well, I mean, it was well set up pushes. Like, I don't want to, you know, pretend as if it was just, you know, non-intelligent. It was very intelligent, and oh, that's a nice little shot from Kip, and Yum follows it up. But I mean, those pushes made sense in the context of where they were at. It just is that normally you aren't going to push both sites at once. That's what's so outrageous.
Well, for sure. And I think that's what caught... Oh! Raiden is going to be able to take down one with a shock dart. And there is one thing that I love more than anything. It's the shock dart kills and the Hunter Fury kills. Because they're just so... You have to be good with them. They have to be in a perfect position. But the shock dart coming out and taking down one, unfortunately, doesn't really help Throw Team 6, but it does look cool.
It does look cool. I'll give you that. I'll definitely give you that. But I mean, here's the worst part. Both Dinosaur and Henny, they were both sitting at the secret agent score lines, 007, before the end of last round.
Yeah.
And that is, I mean, listen, it's cool being James Bond, but not when you're playing Valorant. You know, so I don't want to pretend as if, you know, I'm calling these players out just to rag on them, but you got to be getting some of those kills.
And like
those
that kill.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
kill had to happen.
Exactly. That's a prime example, and Kip coming in even bigger up close now with the rifle, using this lockdown effectively, trying with those shock darts. Raiden finally does respond, but Neat's there for the trade, and this is all over.
Yeah. That kill had to happen. That initial kill had to go down. And if you look, the Killjoy right now has like 15 health.
Yeah.
And you literally jumped over the roof. You were already there. Six pack had to go down there, and Henny was unable to do it. And that's it's all summed up in that round. Literally, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, and again, that's not really the sole reason that we're seeing this sort of differentiation from Throw Team 6 and Down to Earth. Down to Earth are a long-standing team, despite their roster troubles, that has, you know, been, you know, doing this whole competitive Valorant thing for a long time. You know, maybe Throw Team 6 has as well. It just kind of depends, but definitely not at the same level that Down to Earth have been. I can say that with certainty. So, nonetheless, you know, Welcome to the jungle is basically what I can say to Throw Team 6. I can appreciate. I love that they've come out here, but I think right this second it looks as if they're a bit outmatched.
And you said exactly that. And now you just see, like, just standing there waiting. Yum is going to be able to take down another. And Tama goes, like, with the Sheriff, what can you really do here? Six Pack's going to clean one up. And Dinosaur is the last remaining player for Throw Team 6. And like you said in the first game, I don't want to say it's unwinnable, but it's a very, very big hill to climb. And just like that, Six Pack's gonna come around and take him down. and it's 9-2.
Can I just say I am a big fan of the way that Dinosaur spells their name.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of like the weird spelling that, you know, off normal spelling that makes total sense for names. Like I love that. Like Raiden as well. It's just a great name.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I love it. But yeah, unfortunately, now, you know, you're at a position where you just need to be starting to get some of those kills. You definitely need to be firing on all cylinders in a way that's simply not happening. It's almost as if, I mean, Down to Earth are honestly playing deathmatch here in a couple of these rounds. They really look like they are. This round, a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical here. But again, Six Pack getting aggressive. This time, Tamagos, who's been an absolutely brilliant player, and Dinosaur getting onto the scoreboard. Absolutely great job, and that certainly turns things around. This could be the round for third team 6.
Kip is going to be able to take down one here, so now it's a 4-on-3. Obviously, the jet knives are out, and you do have a res still, right? And Omen still has his ability to teleport. So, oh man, Dinosaur is going to be able to take down Neat, but Kip's going to be there to get that trade. Huge trade there. Yum's going to come down and take down Henny, and now we're in a 2-on-3. And they just flipped this right back around in their favor.
The paranoia, Yum falls, but the paranoia hits both players. Fortunately, they get out. It's all on to Kip now, who is going to stick on this defuse for just a second. Wait, why the Cloudburst? Okay, I thought for a second, I was like, wait, hold on a second. No, Neat was there for help. I was like, how did the Cloudburst happen? No, okay, D2E, they come out victorious.
Can we talk about the shot though from Neat? Like, that second shot on the Sage was insane.
It was nice.
He flipped to the right, dropped the guy that was coming up on short B, and then when Sage walked down the stairs, he just flicked right to her and just dummied her.
Easy.
Yeah, I mean, just an easy game. Just click on their heads, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, listen, as we like to say, Valorant's just a point-and-click adventure at the end of the day.
It's a choose your own adventure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes you want to go a short, sometimes you want to go a long, sometimes you want to go up mid, and you just point, you see where you want to go. It's easy.
I love it. I love it. Pistol round coming out now. Six Pack's gonna be able to take down Tamagos and Kip. Like, how do you stop this? Dinosaur's gonna try his best. He came through middle.
Poor guy.
Through market.
Poor guy.
Nobody was watching mid from throw team 6.
That's where you scream, hey, guys.
Yeah.
Guys, who's watching mid?
Like, honestly, like Yum just walked all the way up middle and then walked through market and then shot Dinosaur in the back.
A Dinosaur was good to find one there through the box, honestly.
Yeah.
Enemy remaining.
And Bats is going to be able to take down one here. Looking for another. Henny's going to be able to take him down though through a wall and a headshot. Beautiful shot from Henny. And I believe, is that Henny's first kill?
I think it might be.
Yeah, but I mean, great shot.
There we go. 2.
Dropping another. Kip is going to be able to take him down, but Henny hitting a beautiful shot to start this all off for him.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he got on the board last time.
No.
No.
Nope.
No, not at all.
It was 2 kills.
Yeah. Yeah, All-Star already had 2, I know for sure.
Yep.
Dinosaur making their way up. But yeah, I mean, again, not to put too fine a point on it, but the reality is, you know, Dinosaur hitting All-Star all needed to maybe take a step up where they're in the fragging department a little bit. That's not the sole problem here, but it certainly is one that it's an obvious one. Well, you know what I mean?
It helps when you can get the trade. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
what you got to be able to do. And just like this, though, Henny, huge. And
Double.
the judge is coming right through, and that is what they needed from the get-go. They needed Henny to step up, and boy, did he in this round. And now, throw team 6 is now in the lead here with players alive. As I say that, I'm just going to put a sock in my mouth because Six Pack is just going to come around the corner and take down one. And now we're 2-on-2. Spike still in the hands of Down to Earth, and they are over on the A site. Six Pack, like, what? Oh my goodness, six pack. Just making it look easy, taking down 2 with the Spectre and then flipping over because it's always faster than reloading, flipping to your pistol and bursting down the last remaining player from Throw Team 6.
So I know there's no evidence of this, but I legitimately thought as soon as I saw it was six pack alive there with Kip, I was like, oh, they win this.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just, I mean, that's
in your head. Yeah,
that's how good six pack and Kip have both been. You know, and you know, I didn't say it out loud, but
yeah,
that was totally what I was thinking. I was like, yeah,
100%.
This is just their round.
As I was saying, as I was obviously casting six pack around on Cat there, I was like, well, he's gonna be able just to pull this out, and he did.
All-star! Oh, yes!
Spike down.
All-star, huge frags, a double kill, and Hitty getting in on the action, pulls out the Blade Storm, shuts it down. That's a way to pick up a third round there. Throw Team 6, they're having a good time, and they're not done quite yet. The answer and return.
Trigger discipline.
Yeah.
Like, that's really it. That's all there is. And
that second shot was so nice.
It was perfect. And you said this, it's a point and click.
Yeah, totally. I mean, listen, when I point and click, it doesn't seem to work that way, but whatever.
Absolutely not. I feel like they're playing on a better version of the game than I play.
Yeah. No. Their brains are just a better version of ours. That's the problem. Derek.
You're not wrong. Oh, look, Raiden's gonna be able to take down one, but here's your boy six pack coming right through and taking down. So there's that trade, and that's what good teams do. They have the ability to trade with their teammates when they fall.
Yeah, and Yum, what a forward position, unfortunately does get punished for it as the lockdown comes down. There's nobody really committed to the site as the spike gets planted down. This probably going to be the round that we see Down to Earth close this out, but who knows? Maybe not. The guns are here. I mean, they have guns, so there is that. And oh, what a find from Henny! The timing, though, is not on the favor of Tamagos. Is now the swing from six pack, good for another frag, and D2E. They close it out off the back of a triple kill from six pack, who's, I mean, once again, just had a phenomenal game. I mean, truly impressive. I can't say that outcome was unexpected, but I can say that the way we got there was a great time.
Man, six pack, like, so that last kill that six pack just got, normally you play that cat and mouse game where you look one way, you come through the other, look the other way, and you're jumping back and forth. Mm-hmm. He looked one way and then just stopped and just waited committed for the other guy to peek. And he's like, he already knew he had the confidence to hit the shot.
Yeah.
Right? And that's really what it comes down to. It boils all down to confidence. If you're super confident in your abilities, and he has been, that whole map, he was all over the place. Even with the Spectre, he just knew that he was going to get those kills, and it turned into 2. It turned into 3. And just there to win it in a 1v1, he just knew he was going to win. So
he did.
I mean, obviously, Throw Team 6, they tried. They absolutely did, and you know, just came up short is really how it comes down to. And they're going to be going against a really good team, and down to Earth was just that much better, just more comfortable with each other. And it was those trades that needed to happen. And you really hit the nail on the head by saying, you know, just the confidence and the trading. And obviously with Throw Team 6, they just needed the who was it? It was Dinosaur, and it was
Dinosaur and Henny, you know, and All-Star in fairness.
Yes, but you just needed Henny to maybe be that initial person into sight, and then let Dinosaur being that person back a little bit and get that trade when you fall, right? You just needed that. I guess you needed to be in sync for that to happen. But you know what? They still came out. It is what it is. You know, in a single elim tournament, you win and go on, or you lose and go home. And unfortunately, that's their fate right now. Yeah. But I mean, there's plenty more tournaments. There's plenty more opportunities. Just dust yourself off, work on what you needed, and away you go, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I will say as well that, all three, Henny, All-Star, and Dinosaur, once they got down to the very, in a couple of rounds there, where I think that the pressure was off.
Yeah.
You just, listen, in reality, 12-2, you're like, we've lost, right?
Yeah.
But they all came up with some highlight moments, and I think that's cool. I think that a lot of I think all of that goes down to the idea that down to earth, they've been in tournaments before. They know what this pressure feels like, and I think that some of the players there for third team 6, they just don't have that sort of experience just yet, and this is them getting that experience, the start of that. We'd love to see them come out again and try their hand in a Pit of Valor. That's free to enter as well, by the way. We'd love to see them come out for another one of these Moonrise tournaments. Lots of stuff out there. I know there's the Friday tournaments as well that happen weekly, so I know Moonrise is only every other week, so maybe I think that's Tuskba Raiders who puts those on. You find them on Battlefy. Like, there's lots of these tournaments that you can try out. I'd love to see Third Team 6 get involved more so, but I think this time it was just an experience difference, and in a couple of ways a skill difference, particularly when it comes down to the difference between Six Pack and Yum and everyone else.
Well, and that's exactly it, right? So Vincent, that's it for me for two games. You get to. That was it. That's it for me with you anyway. But you get to hang out with Endless, right?
I do.
So you get the better version of me. So
don't sell yourself short.
no, everybody's super awesome. But like I said, it was a pleasure casting with you, man. It always is, and I always have a great time when it's me and you together. So hopefully you guys have great 2 matches, and hopefully they're not stomps, and hopefully we can get casting soon again together.
Absolutely. It's going to be a good time, and we'll see you back here for the grand finals, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep,
that'll be a best of 3. So for now, we'll say goodbye to Derek and goodbye to us for just a few minutes whilst we get the teams prepped and ready for the next matchup. Don't go anywhere. We'll return in just a few moments.
You're a superhero.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling up, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for
Alrighty, welcome back after that short little break. We have swapped things around. Derek has gone for a short little break, and I have now received the wonderful, the amazing Endless in his stead. Endless, how are you doing?
I'm doing very good, Vincent. How are you today?
I'm feeling good. I am honestly super excited to continue to get to watch some of these awesome games. We've got Titan Esports and DNA Diff, who, you know, you've probably never heard of, but that's because it's just all of the Spotlight roster, basically.
Yeah, we're not sure what's going on that end of things, but they're going to be playing under the name DNA today, and they're going up against Titan, which we've gotten the opportunity to cast multiple times. We've seen them in a lot of our events in the past, and I'm excited to see what happens. And none other on Ascent, Vincent. I mean, what else can we expect?
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't expect anything else, especially not with you on the mic. I mean, it's your favorite and only map that there ever is. I don't think that any team knows that another map exists when you're on the mic ever. At least that's what I've heard. Cannot confirm nor deny. Nonetheless, what I will say is that, you know, for me, Titan is like the ultimate underdog team. This time, though, I feel like they're pretty much on the same level. I would edge them out, you know, a little bit in my book over this DNA diff side of things, mostly because like the actual Spotlight roster has like cheat code and Illume on it, and I rate those players highly. So to me, I just think that Titan maybe is a little bit better. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I think Titan definitely has the chemistry down pat on their side, and that's probably why they will likely have a slight advantage going into this. But hey, we've seen it in the past in other games as well, where chemistry not necessarily means they're guaranteed to win, right? You can have a random 5-stack that just plays so random that it catches teams off guard, so that what they're typically used to is completely out of the norm now. So I'm curious to see how they kind of play and match up against each other, because sure, Titan definitely, I would say, still has that advantage going into this one, but maybe there's a randomness on the side of DNA that can catch them off guard.
Well, it's certainly a possibility. I think that is something we need to keep in mind here. We don't want to you know, just count out the DNA diff side of things. And by the way, what a great name, DNA diff. Like I mean, of all the diffs, like that's just the biggest flex ever. Is just like, yeah, I'm just better on a molecular level. Watch this.
Basically, I mean, at that point, what else can you do, right? If you're built differently by DNA,
yeah.
I mean, that just instantly is, I mean, that's the difference. There's nothing else you could physically do to make yourself better. I mean, aside from practice and things like that, but it doesn't change what builds you as a person.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's hilarious. That's why I think it's a fun name. But against Titan Esports, a team that, you know, we've seen in a whole lot of tournaments in our Pit of Valors. We've seen them win Pit of Valors. We've seen them have incredible runs through the Val-Am qualifier. I mean, to qualify for the Val-Am, I mean, everything just looking beautiful. And so for me, I that's why I kind of put them as the ultimate upset team. Rarely do I favor them against like that next tier of opponent. But against teams like this, I really think that they have a consistency that is fairly unmatched. So I'm really excited to see what happens on Ascent as we get the character selections underway. Endless.
Definitely. And on top of that, I do notice on the side of Titan a couple of new names. Maybe they're fills, or I mean, if they've gone through some roster changes, I'm not sure. I haven't seen Bape or Absent in the past, but I'm very curious to see where their role fits in, as the comps overall look relatively even, aside from the fact that Spencer is on that breach. And I love to see a breach on that map because it just creates so much space for the team.
I think Bape has been on this roster for a while, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, I mean, he was on this roster during the Val-Am, so
Okay.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's been in and out as of recently, because I haven't seen this team in a hot minute. Haven't gotten the opportunity to cast them at the very least, but I've certainly been aware of their, progress. I think that, from here, I'm thinking that we probably should see Titan come away victorious, but again, like you were talking about, who knows? Always up in the air, especially when you're on a map like Ascent, and things can get spicy very, very quickly. We've got 2 players over here towards the B side, as well as 3 towards A.
And it looks like they're just setting up for a very simple default. They're grabbing the orb, which they had the opportunity to uncontested completely towards that A site. But right now, Neon pushed up aggressive towards short. Might be able to spot one coming up, but he has Aversive there doubling up with him. He does take some damage along with deal some towards Spencer, which now Spencer on the side of Titan extremely low being on that breach, but he does have 2 flashes still that he's going to be able to utilize to help his teammates get into sight.
Exactly, and that push coming out onto the B side, it's a bit of a split as Dubbin and company here in the back of the site looking for more. Gets a lot of information from the sonar dart. That shock dart could be huge, and it is. Neon as well comes up, but Bape and Gozo both come in with frags. The curveball comes in, dodged by Gozo, unable to hit the initial shot, but on good on the follow-up as Gozo continues to look for more. Neon spots out the shoulder blade, and now it's all on to Bape, who's at 3 HP. That is a bit of a problem considering that there is a droid out that just might be able to take him down if he peeks the wrong direction.
And I mean, 3 HP in a dream, there's not much he can really do. He still has to get this bomb down, but it's not looking any bit likely as Aiko able to just take him out instantly, and they're able to secure their first round here to start things off. And I'm not sure what type of setup DNA was really playing there, but it kind of worked. They kind of played for the retake, but at the same time, they were able to break down Titan's offense to the point where they were really spread apart.
Well, and here's what I think happened, Endless. I think that the players on the back site, they stalled long enough to where everybody for Titan was still looking at clearing the back site. But then when the retakers came in, they were just able to shoot people in the back of the head.
Yeah, that definitely seems like the case. And Spencer, again, with the breach flash, just trying to get his teammates into sight. And Babe gonna be able to get early heaven control, but will he be able to hold it on for long, as he is holding a little bit of an off angle, waiting for people to kind of peek into his crosshair. But Nick and Aversive starting things off, getting 2 huge picks to start off this retake. Bomb is down, and Aversive continuing on with that Spectre, gonna be able to molly off Gozo, which pulls him out and completes the 3K. It was all left down to Bape once again, and what a flawless round for DNA.
Yeah, DNA did putting that on display there for just a couple of rounds. Well done. And once again, that's just a position that retake looked so very strong. Nobody really able to take fights that were positive for Titan. They all were stuck between a rock and a hard place, it felt as if. And well, now things may be changing a little bit, Endless. We've got rifles coming out for Titan Esports.
Yeah, they do have Vandals here. We do have Aiko, however, able to buy up a Vandal in full armor. So I'm expecting his teammates to kind of recycle that gun, depending on the position he has. But look at that paranoia coming in huge. Neon with a massive spray with his teammate for flashing. I mean, kudos to him, and they were completely blind. They did not know what hit him whatsoever. But Gozo finally able to take out both. And now Aiko has already pushed up close towards mid, puts him in a very good situation here, 3-on-2, and the rest of Titan, they know they have mid control, so they're gonna hesitate whether to fall off or not.
I mean, the reality is they need to push this player at mid back, and they know that. We saw Absent trying to utilize that owl drone to do just that, but unfortunately, it looks as if the entirety of Titan have just kind of given up that for the time being, just pushing into A, and Dubbin is there ready and waiting with the Ares. Unfortunately, that is not an ideal position. Nick to close things down, Marshall in hand, and that's a rare bonus round victory.
That was absolutely huge, though. I mean, Nick coming in with that paranoia, and on top of that, Neon able to spray down 3. And look at the amount of assists Nick already has, being the 3rd round in. 7 assists to start things off. Like, when was the last time we've seen something like that?
Yeah, I mean 3 rounds and 7, like that's just incredible. I don't think I've ever seen that many assists by round, by the end of round 3. That is definitely a new one for me, and I think that kind of just goes to show what a really well-placed paranoia and an Omen who knows how to play with their teammate can do to a team. That being said, Gozo hitting some shots, taking down your opposing Killjoy is certainly a great way to open a round.
Take flight.
And I'm not sure I really like that type of aggression. I mean, fighting that B main in hopes, exactly, without any possible trade, and it just gives Titan a good advantage here, despite them destroying them the last round, which was their full buy. I mean, look at the scenario they've put themselves in right now. Up 4-3, they have the numbers game and they have a gun to work with. And DNA, the defensive side, is already spread thin. I mean, you see 2 guys stacked towards that B site, 1 solo towards that short A. But if they were to decide to go A or take something by storm, this is going to be a very difficult hold.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And now it looks as if this push going to be headed over towards B. Neon, the first face, finds the frag, not looking for the player on the side, and Dubbin with huge frags. Neon comes in for more, and DNA, they close down that round. It looked a little dicey there for just a moment, but fortunately DNA Diff comes out victorious.
And this is where, I mean, if they had saved their guns, they would have just continued to build that economy. But nonetheless, they're going to still be able to buy up here because all the guns they had were picked up from the side of Titan the previous round. But now, that being said, both teams in full guns. And will they have the strat to be able to kind of catch DNA off guard finally? Because right now, Titan, they're not doing so great.
You're right about that. It's not an ideal position in the slightest. Hunter Shuri comes out from Dubbin and connects onto Spencer. So that big util player in the breach does fall, and that's a bit of a problem, right? You never want to see that. And I mean, maybe I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but I think back to Capraj, who's no longer here, for this Titan Esports side, a huge standout player. I don't know. I honestly have no idea if they've moved on from the roster or if this is just, they weren't available today or whatever. I don't know, but that's the kind of player that I recall kind of clawing Titan out of these sorts of situations, and isn't here today.
Exactly, and I mean, being down 4-0, and on top of that, losing an opening person early on to a Hunter's Fury, it's not the position you want. And yet again, another flawless round from the side of DNA Diff. And at this point, you got to be wondering, does Titan have a response? I mean, they're down 5-0 right now. Do they have a response? I mean, most of them have to save yet again. I think they're just going to save to be able to purchase the next round. As you can see, Gozo being able to afford a Vandal with light armor. But, I mean, they need to utilize their ability to take something as a team, because right now it looks like they're either going 1 by 1 or just simply the fact that they're just really not on that same page.
It's been sloppy, that's kind of what you're alluding to. I would very much agree with you on that. And, well, we'll have to see what their response is. Right now, it's to pop out a Bladestorm. I don't know if that's really going to be effective, but an individual play certainly could turn the tide. It's Bape who has those blades available, so maybe, just maybe, as the Owl Drone swings in, is going to get a tag onto Aversive. Oh, the hot hands come through as the Rolling Thunder follows it up. There's the Bladestorm to do the wondrous work, and does in fact connect. Dubbin now with the frag there onto Smiley. Unfortunately for Bape, able to get away. No, not able to get away. Neon's Bladestorm denies Bapes, and now it's a player disadvantage. DNA Diff continuing to come up big. Aiko and Nick come up with frags, and now it's only on to Spencer, who's got to do it all versus 4. They know exactly where he is, it would appear, and there is the frag.
Yeah, Aiko definitely spotted him trying to rotate towards grass there as he was just leaving that bomb site, and unfortunately I mean, 1 versus 4 situation, it was not really going to work out in his favor, especially with just a sheriff. But I mean, 6-0, that was their save. Here comes their official buy once again. But can they make something happen? Because it seems like wherever they're going, they're either just taking too much time as well. That DNA can just over-rotate and just stack the site. And by the time they have fully decided to commit to whether it be A or B, DNA has already gotten enough information to cheat rotations over.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It really does feel as if every little thing just isn't going the way of Titan, and a couple of key mistakes in the approach to the site is what the problem is. That being said, Spencer does find an opening frag. That's absolutely the way to do things, and the Cosmic Divide comes out there for the attack as well. Neon trying to find something in there, and oh, that was a little dangerous. Fortunately able to use the updraft in order to get away. Dubbin now back at the site looking for more. Turns around at the wrong time, so Smiley and Bait both come up big with frags. Up close now in personal with the flashpoint. Able to dodge it there was aversive, but unable to connect. And Spencer with a double frag to close the round out in flawless fashion. That appears to be what was necessary to get Titan on the board.
I mean, that was the first round that they got that opening pick, right? And they capitalized on that instantly. Spencer getting that pick onto B main, and they just delayed it ever so slightly, and the Cosmic Divide came up, and they just took that site by storm without any sort of hesitation. And I think that's what they need to start doing. They need to build their confidence up a little bit, because right now they're losing the fights, right? Aside from the last round, they have been losing the fights, and as long as they win them and start winning them, I think they should be able to turn this thing around.
They absolutely can. I mean, 6-1 is not an unwinnable scoreline. It's absolutely still a position that you can come back from. That being said, every round here counts. You gotta put yourself in position not to be, down big when we come to halftime. And already, DNA Diff have secured at the very least a tied up scoreline, as we are seeing the push come out onto A. But once again, Endless, this has just been, kind of telegraphed. They know what's going on. There's 4 players kind of ready to retake already.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. If you look at the side of DNA, they've already pushed through B main completely. So they had the entirety of B. So aside from that, they would have only been able to push through mid to get into that B site, right? So that's a lot of information to start. So now, instead of stacking that B site, anyone that was playing even close to it could easily just rotate to that A site, which is exactly what DNA did. They got that early info, they shifted rotations early on, and it just makes their lives so much easier defending the sites because they're already ready for it.
Oh, what a great shot there by Aversive onto Gozo despite the vulnerability. Now the swing there for Absent is going to be good. And it looks as if this is the end of the line for Neon, who has a nice shot on the runaway, but should die, to the spike, and does indeed do just that. As the only player to get away, operator in hand, by the way, as well. So, 2 rounds in a row now. Again, a heavy investment, though, in that one. Both the, we saw the Blade Storm, we saw the, we saw the lockdown as well getting invested there.
Yeah, I mean, 2 rounds in a row for Titan, and it seems as if they've somewhat found their groove, and Neon deciding not to really go for that operator, it seems, and they're just going to be able to buy up all rifles all across the board. But look at Babe, he still has that op in hand, and he's going to look to make an opening pick or a play to essentially open up the round for his team. But Neon, once again, paired up with Nick, playing towards Wine, and Neon able to get the first one, doesn't get the second, but what a shot onto Spencer. Absent, luckily there to trade it off for his teammate, and they're going to get full control of that orb. And now Nick has no choice but to fall off.
Unfortunate there that the breach falls, that big initiation tool is gone. But you still have the jet, so, that's not as big a deal for Titan Esports as they prep to hit this A site once more. There is a couple of players towards this direction, but really only one player fully committed. There goes the jet, the dash in. Nothing really defined because of the utility on the Astra, but Nick actually is able to pick up 1 frag, and that's big. right? That Astra going down. No more of that Astra utility. 3v4. It's all really on to Gozo here. Is the crux of this hold for Titan. Gozo needs to get at least 2 kills here, or I should say at least 1, and hold this down. That's found that first one. Now looking for more. Spray's unable to connect. Pulls out the pistol. Tries for the right click, and there it is. Aiko with the frag. Now Bape though made enough time. Bape with the frag is going to make this so much more difficult. And indeed, Absent closing out down this round. Gozo did just enough to pull them out of that hole.
And that lurk alone from Gozo, it was absolutely huge. I mean, coming back up short, holding a rotation from tree room. And like you said, he was the catalyst of that round. Had he have lost that fight to begin with, and I mean, it would have been a different story. And on top of that, sure, he did lose to Aiko, but the amount of damage he did to him, leaving Aiko at basically no health, it really helped secure that round, as Bape was standing in sight, ready to go, and holding an angle. But I mean, 3 rounds in a row. I mean, do you think this is the twist of events that they were looking for? Do you think they're going to be able to keep up this momentum?
Well, I mean, you would certainly hope so if you're a fan of Titan. I think that it's hard to say, though, realistically. They've done a good job, though, here. Now they need to continue doing a good job, as we move forward. A lot of utility being utilized there by Aversive, now down to a soul curveball. And we do see a Cosmic Divide available here for Smiley. I hope that gets utilized at some point. It's kind of been, I feel, hit or miss so far.
And yeah, exactly. And I was kind of talking about this with Strive yesterday, or Wednesday for that matter, about when to really use that Cosmic Divide. And I don't really like it for a post-plant situation, because ideally you want to know where your enemies are coming from, instead of getting surprised completely. I mean, it really still does depend on where you're placing the wall, but time and time again, I've seen people just place it in such an aggressive manner that it ends up working in the retake's favor, and it just doesn't work well. But I like that they're using it towards the offense right now, as they're able to kind of essentially section off the entirety of the site and just focus on that. And right now, it doesn't seem to be working with only 13 seconds left. And man, the DNA defense just completely shut Titan down on that take.
So that kind of really was what happened in the pistol round. If you recall back in this, we saw essentially the push come out, but the players that were sitting in back boathouse, they survived for so long, got a couple kills. They only needed to get 2, and that's what happened there. It just bought enough time for the rest of the rotations not only to come in, but to come in behind the attacking players, and it just it made all the difference, despite the fact that it was, I think, a well executed strategy. For Titan, they come out losing it because of that timing.
And you can see the Hunter's Fury once again coming from Dub and tagging 2 of them, but unable to finish him off. But Aversive is there to finish off Bape, and that's a huge opening pick for the side of DNA Diff, as they do have that man advantage right now, and 2 of their players, or actually make that 3 of their players, are already close towards that A site. So, I mean, this is not going to be the right decision for Titan if they continue to try to pursue that A.
Well, and all the initiators are gone. No breach, no jet, nothing at all to really break into that site. And sneaking around the corner there in mid is Smiley. Neon saying, see you later. Not going to be having any smiles on your face when we're done with you. As DNA Diff continues to find frags all over the place. Aversive with the triple kill. And this has just kind of been the way in which DNA Diff have just pulled round by round back, despite the fact that Titan have had some decent ideas.
And I'm not sure I like Neon's aggression there, as he just lost a $5,000 investment. I mean, yeah, they're two rounds away from the first half being done, but man, I would stay composed. I mean, 7 rounds. They can still come back from it.
What's the money look like? I don't know if we can get
I think they're gonna be good enough to be able to buy another op. as they've won what two straight now or 3 straight.
Last round
So
before the switch.
I think they're gonna be able to buy it. Oh, actually, no,
I mean,
they're
their
not gonna
cash
be
is
able
not
to.
great. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, unless that was an unfortunately very forward strategy that Neon just gave away an unnecessary weapon.
I mean, Op or Odin. I mean, the same thing, right?
Sure. What they've just misnamed it in the game. That's what it is. We figured it out. We cracked the case, Endless. Oh man. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Do you need an Odin if you have blades? Probably not. The push though, it's heading over towards A. This has kind of been the MO of Titan throughout this game. Blades coming out for the opposing side as well. Titan have those. There goes the flash, the dash, and the frag. Spencer with the opening duel victory against Ico. Flashed up is aversive on the run it back, unable to connect. As now it's all Nick at all the time with that frag, able to make things a little bit more even. That being said, the Blade Storm is still available, and the attacker's lockdown has just come out. So this should buy a little bit more time, and depending on how this goes, and well, it's going fairly well, considering you just shoot them through the edge of the boxes. Babe can't get any value out of those blades because they're dead, but Smiley has certainly got a smile on his face now. A double frag for them, leaving it all on to Gozo. The Killjoy with the Blade Storm is out for Neon now, electing to go with the Odin, but there's no bullets. Now he's got to swing out and connects with the blades. There is a, nice shot there by Gozo to take the player off of the spike, but it's simply a matter of time as Neon gets the defuse.
And that was kind of surprising. I mean, they had complete control. I kind of like the fact that they heard the dash towards mid along with the Blade Storm being activated from Neon, and they decided instead of just taking their time towards A, they just took it as fast as possible, and they did that really well. They got it the entirety of site. No one really was able to contest it. They got bombed down, but it came down to their post plant. I mean, it wasn't great, right? I mean, they were kind of just waiting for the lockdown, essentially hoping that Titan or DNA didn't really try to push it or retake it, but that recon came in and they just started getting spammed completely in hell, and they just played so far apart from each other that none of them were really set up for any trades.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been an unfortunate half in general there for Titan, but maybe they can do something on their defense. They do have pretty good setup for this site, though Neon does take that opening frag onto Smiley. As Aversive just ekes their way out onto the B side. That was all a bit of a ruse, and well, it was a very effective ruse at that, considering the amount of players that rotated out. Nobody's home here at B. Spike should get planted shortly, and indeed it does.
And a very, very fast strat from DNA. I mean, getting that huge opening pick, and they didn't stop. They didn't wait, and they're gonna continue to aggress through as a Versa, getting 2 through that spawn smoke. And now look at Nick and his aggression, pushing through with his teammates, and they have zero fear right now, Vincent. I feel like they're just gonna go and try to run away with this, as they do pick up that pistol round, which puts them in a good spot and officially in the double-digit territory. And now only 3 rounds away from sending Titan packing.
They're playing with confidence. There's no doubt about that, Endless. And I mean, confidence goes a really long way in this game. Derek and I were talking in the last matchup about confidence and how it really does define, your play style. And not only that, but it kind of defines your skill level. A more confident player is a better player. 9 times out of 10. As crazy as that is to say, but when it comes down to it, all of these players are really, really skilled. Top 1% when it comes to all players, but it doesn't really matter, especially not when you're hitting shots like this. You're simply W keying, getting those duels and winning them.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but right now it just seems as if DNA is just completely on the same page. Like, they definitely read the same book coming into this match, as I mean, they're just so synchronized, right? The flashing, the chemistry, the trades, everything's just coming in and working out so well. It's almost as if they don't need to coordinate it.
Yeah, I mean it does seem very well practiced. I will give you that. I was, I talked about my little bit of concern for the fact that we're not really sure what the whole deal with Spotlight is and all that kind of stuff, and this being kind of like half the roster, or at least half the rostered players and all that kind of stuff. Even though I rate all of these players, that just turned out not to be at all an issue. In fact, the opposite is true. They've like you said been just firing on all cylinders.
Exactly, and I mean, nothing much that Titan could really do in holding and preventing them from aggressing onto this B site as they get that opening pick once again, and they have that entirety of site to be able to plant the bomb and play these post plants, and you got Dubbin still lurking towards that B main to prevent anyone from flanking.
No flank for you. And well, DNA Diff, they're continuing to show the difference in level here. Titan, they've got to try and find this retake. Multiple players coming in. That's two cracks. That's big. Through the wall as well by Spencer. As now Gozo gets up close and personal against Neon with the victory. Two players left alive now. One back boathouse. Nick finds one before he gets traded. And now it's all on to the Sova. Well, can Dubbin get the lineup? The answer is no. Just a little bit off. No, just barely does, but has to reload. That's too unfortunate. Nearly was enough to pull it over the edge, but not quite. As Titan, they do respond. It's 4-11.
First round that they're able to secure here on the second half, which, I mean, kind of puts DNA at a little bit of a rough situation for the economy if they were to lose this round, but they do have that advantage because all 5 players have full guns versus 2 Spectres and a Judge on the side of Titan. But however, again, the Judge on that defensive side, they have to walk into your angles. You could play up close. There's so many different factors that gun can offer, and it usually is a big round changer.
What a nice shock dart there to open the round, doing most of the shielding to Absent. He's down to 18 and lost 16 health as well for the trouble.
Joke's over.
But
You're dead.
nonetheless, a slow and methodical start there in the A side of things. Where it comes to mid, though, a little bit quicker. Run it back, utilized by Aversive in order to not only get a forward position, but get an early frag. 1 minute left now on the clock with DNA Difference with a huge advantage.
And you can see Nick posted up short, just being patient, and punishes Absent the second he pushes a little bit too far to try to get some information. Smiley already on that flank, able to get Neon. Does he get a second? He does spot them towards that sidewalk, but I mean, with only 8 bullets left, he's forced to reload and has to kind of put a little bit of a delay on his retake. But Nick and Aiko just completely aware of where everyone is playing. 12-4, match point for DNA Diff. I don't know. I just don't see Titan being able to come back from this.
I have to agree with you. I think the likelihood of a comeback at this point is slim to none, but always is possible. We've seen, I don't know if I've seen crazier things than this, to be honest with you. But you know what? It is always winnable, and it certainly would be a very long, tall, and frustrating mountain for Titan to climb, though, as the trade of utility over here towards A is going back and forth. 1-for-1 being the trade as Absent and Nick get traded out, but nonetheless, the push still incoming. Aiko tries for more, but Nick says hello in response to Smiley, who is getting a forward position with that Judge. Hunter Shuri comes out in return from Titan Esports, trying to deny the plant. Does that for just a moment, so not really going to matter in the long run, as it is just going to be the retake.
Dubbin. I mean, there's just nothing that Titan can do. I mean, they tried to make those opening plays. I mean, we saw the coordinated flash and peek, but they lose it even when DNA Diff was full blind. So, I mean, I don't want to say that Titan really absolutely lost it based off of strats. I feel like they tried to make those plays, but just the timing and the unluckiness of just getting killed even while full blind, it just wasn't in their favor today.
I think they had some good ideas. I think that though I will say that I think on the merit, DNA Div just did everything a little better. They were aiming a little better. They were, working together a little bit better. They were a little bit better prepared. And in general, they looked better on that map. And so, was it a huge difference between the two of them? I don't think so, actually. It was just small little things that were going DNA Difference's way, because of the actions that they were taking and simply not for Titan. The other thing is that what I will say I didn't realize when we were talking pregame, this is a very different Titan roster like you were talking about. Bape was on that same roster, but the likes of Capraj and Nova and Phoenix, all gone. So I think that in fairness, what we were thinking of this Titan roster, a little bit different. And I'm very impressed with what DNA Difference put on display. My worries, absolutely unfounded. And I'm loving that. To me, this DNA Difference side, they could definitely be in contention for a victory here tonight.
They definitely could, and the way they're firing on all cylinders right now, they're going to be a tough team to beat, right? And like I said, just coming down to the teamwork and just able to flash and peek off of each other, I think they've done an excellent job. And out of casting, even on our weekly pit of valors, I mean, it's rare to see that type of coordination, right? And I haven't seen it out of a lot of teams. But this matchup, like you said, I mean, both teams are very evenly matched up in the sense of skill level. But it does come down to the little tiny things, and that's what allowed DNA to really take advantage of. And on top of that, they were all hitting their shots, and hey, they're going to take that W, 13-4.
They absolutely are. And with that, we are going to have to say goodbye for just a few moments. But we will be back here in just a little bit with yet another matchup. Myself and Endless, rather, don't want to get your duo mixed up. My apologies. Myself and Endless going to be back here for at least one more best of one, and then you'll have Endless and Derek, I think, for the grand final. So we'll be right back here in a couple minutes with our next matchup.
One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. These flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby, our love is gonna burn it down. These flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby, our love is gonna burn it down.
go.
Invincible.
City, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. Stand by, watch me fall apart. I've always loved you more than letting you know, Father, don't you let me go. I need your light, like city nights and satellites. When I'm home and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light, like city nights and satellites. When I'm home and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
You made a monster. You made a monster. You made a monster.
I just wanna rise to the top, yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see, yeah, you won't see that I will get it, cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path, I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious, yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid, I could be the guy taking you wild, I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately I'm painting my path on my way, yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space, yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane, yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first if we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, you barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. Yeah. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey. Yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Just people the feed, those they don't get it like.
superhero. Fly away. It's the first time of today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these days ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down.
Invincible.
City, still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow, racing towards the light. I pray to see you one more time. Stand by, watch me fall apart. I've always loved you more than you know. Father, don't you let me go. City nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light. Like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night.
You made a monster. You made a monster. You made a monster.
Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. We had a bit of a long extended break, but we have returned now for our semifinal matchup. The one we're going to take a look at on stream here is DNA Difference versus Fluid Gaming. I'm excited to honestly bring this game to you guys. So with me again is Endless, as has been for the prior game and will be for the grand finals, though I will be gone. Endless, what are your initial thoughts on this game?
I mean, initial thoughts, I'm sure there's the big elephant in the room of the map, which is once again Ascent. And I'm not too sure what I feel about it, man. I mean, I've seen it maybe one too many times, but I don't know. How are you feeling about it?
You know what? I think that Riot need to just like add a couple more maps like it immediately, so that this is no longer a problem. Honestly, they just remember how when Riot was like, yeah, we're gonna release like a map every month or whatever, and then that never happened. Yeah, I remember that. Unfortunate. Nonetheless, DNA Difference, we saw them earlier today. They put on a show for us, to say the least, versus Titan. That being said, you know, we'll see how things go this time against Fluid Gaming, another team that I don't really have a whole lot of information on. I know they've been around as of recently, but they're a relatively new team. They got here by taking a path through Hot Wheels Derby, if I'm not mistaken, as I've just turned to the wrong page. 1 second. There we go. Hot Wheels Drive-By. There we go. That was the team. They took out OC Valorant and also had a first round bye. But yeah, I think that this should be an interesting one. Clearly, though I don't know a whole lot about them, they deserve their spot here in the semifinals. Endless. And I don't know, do you have a preference, thought on who might be coming out victorious?
I'm gonna stick with DNA Diff on this one. I really enjoyed the way they've played together in the past map, and again, they've been a pretty, I guess, routine team that has been in all of our tournaments in Titan Esports, and I mean they beat them with quite a big like margin, right? And Fluid Gaming, I mean, like as you said, I mean, I haven't seen them a lot. I mean, I've heard that they've participated in our Call of Duty tournaments before as an org, but it's the first time we're going to be able to see them in Valorant. So I'm curious to see what kind of a matchup they can put up against DNA. But I think they're going to come out swinging, and they're going to be relatively strong.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, and this is maybe unfair, but like they, you know, they've been around a couple of weeks now. But like back in March, the things that they've done, it's been mostly losses to teams that you would expect them to lose to as a newcomer. You know, United, Reformed, 303, Trade Like Pros, Lunch Club, like a lot of well-established teams. And you know, I don't want to take anything away from them, but now, I mean, we're looking at a little bit farther down the line, a position where now they've had a little bit more time to practice, maybe had some roster moves, I don't know. But in fact, I think has had a couple of roster moves. Actually, I think they've replaced 2 players, if I'm not mistaken. So that means we could be seeing a very new side of this roster, and I'm very excited to see what they put on display for us here.
I'm super excited as well, and it looks as if, I mean, the side, I think they're gonna keep the same comp. Ico on the Killjoy, I believe, same thing as prior, and I feel like the comp overall is relatively the same. And on the other end, Infiltrator, I mean, Infiltrator kind of rings a bell. I'm not sure from where.
I looked him up, and nowhere actually.
Okay.
I thought the same. Here's what's funny, Endless. I thought exactly the same thing in my mind, and I'm like, let me look it up. And yeah, no, has never been in another team that I could recall. So
that's very interesting.
Yeah.
But I do like the Reyna though on Cuz, and I mean, we've seen Reyna completely dominate on a map like Ascent. But the interesting enough, we have that Killjoy and Cypher diff once again. So curious to see. I mean, all in all, I feel like Killjoy is still a more useful agent on a map like Ascent with the lockdown and the traps that they can kind of set up. to really delay the offensive take compared to Cypher really just playing more for info and playing for retake. I don't know. I mean, what are your thoughts on the two Sentinels?
You know, I would agree with you that I think that Killjoy, you know, in a vacuum is still a better Sentinel on this map in particular. But I've come around to the idea that, you know, if you're a really good Cypher and you're just good at Cypher, you should play what you're good at on this one. That's where I've come to, because I don't think that Killjoy is so much better that you're like throwing or anything by playing the Cypher, you know?
For sure. And I mean, yeah, that's 100% true. And that's the beauty of having those two Sentinels and teams kind of making the difference. And right off the bat, Fluid Gaming just taking that A site by storm, able to close that door, get that bomb down. And with a two-person advantage, DNA Diff finds himself in a very difficult spot to try to retake this site. But look at that teamwork, trying to get that first opening pick onto Cuz, and they do exactly just that. And they have a good possibility to still turn this around. I mean, only being down one member, and on top of that, the Jet on the side of Fluid absolutely hurt. But look at this flank from Infiltrator, able to come in and get not just one, but two, and finishes off a 3K. And Enzo getting dubbing, and they're gonna take the first round only losing one player.
Man, Fluid Gaming, they flow straight into the A site like water, absolutely taking over everything in their path. A destructive force, to say the least. And yeah, Infiltrator, I mean, I saw it on the map, and you saw it at the same time as well, because we were both thinking, oh yeah, this is, I mean, the Jet coming in from the back line, but he finds two. Nobody's looking that direction. That's so very big. You got to be looking for that flanker, because honestly, that I put so much value on that flanker right in that position. It's so crucial in order to confirming a hold or a retake. You know, that positioning is. So we'll try to see if it can be changed up. Infiltrator, nice shot. Does take a shotgun to the belly, but not being a headshot, it's not a problem. That being said, the push through off the back of the flashbangs is good for Nick and Aversive, but Infiltrator is still there. Picking up frags left, right, and center. It does leave this in a 3-on-2 as Enzo looking to get that spike planted, but still a somewhat winnable scenario, particularly as the sonar dart is going to find some information. And Aiko, what a fourth position! Infiltrator with the frag now needs to ace, but low HP for both, as now they know where each other is Dubbin. Dubbin doesn't want to make a mistake, but finally swings an Infiltrator ace to clutch it out.
And I feel like right off the bat, Infiltrator is going to be that player that really makes that difference for Fluid. And I mean, DNA, what a weird retake. I mean, Aiko was able to drop into the site and get, I believe it was Enzo, but Infiltrator just played so passive, and hell, he just let that kill happen, but ends up punishing them because they just didn't bother clearing hell at that point. And by the time they realized that he was there, it was way too late. And I mean, 2 rounds in a row, 3K, and to pair it up with an ace right after it, that's huge.
In fairness, the Infiltrator was low, and I think that probably had something to do with it. That being said, Neon, what a swing! Off the back of the Paranoia, double kill to show them how to do it. The shock dart does come in. It does some damage, but not enough to matter, as Neon gets away with murder in the A long position. Absolutely incredible stuff. And DNA Diff, they put themselves up 2 players in such an impactful round.
And I mean, that's huge. And on top of that, they got Infiltrator, which has been the catalyst for them, and essentially their kryptonite the first 2 rounds. But easily shutting him down through a smoke, that's something you could always hope for. And on that defensive side, now that they're up numbers, all they have to do is just play and wait for the time.
Exactly right. Time is on their side, especially if you get that nice little spam through the wall on the Cuz. He's like, dude, come on, man. I'm just chilling here. What's wrong? Why you gotta shoot me through the wall? Poor guy.
No mid control for him.
Yeah, for
30
real.
seconds left.
It looks as if the group is happening to go over here towards A. Dart covers are traded. Their Paranoia is going to allow for fourth position. That being said, Neon does clean up a third frag, and Aversive with 2 for themselves, as it's a full house of frags between the 2 of them.
And DNA did really well that round. I mean, yes, it was their bye round, so ideally they wanted to win it, and in which they did, and they only lost one member, so that was pretty good value. They're still going to be able to buy up this round, but Neon, I think, is going to go ahead and save it and activate the Blade Storm to be able to make a play happen, and here comes a full buy for Fluid Gaming. So I think this is really going to start shifting some sort of momentum and allows us to kind of foreshadow how the match is going to go.
When I didn't realize that Infiltrator actually used the Blade Storm last round as well. That paranoia, good. Kev falls off the back of that. Diversive comes in for more, and now just one blade left, trying to find something. Oh, so very close. Unable to connect with that is Neon, but the frags are going absolutely the way of DNA Diff. Prime does find one back in return, but it's just one. And this has been a devastating round thus far. That being said, Prime's found a second frag, Kevin, and this could get big.
They could definitely still turn this around. I mean, I don't know if I really agree with that over-aggression towards that spawn, trying to hold it down, especially by his lonesome, but look at that greasy cam that is just peeking out of the smoke completely, and they have given up bomb completely, allowing Food to essentially gain control of it. But look at Prime, 1 health and a dream. But I mean, if he positions himself in a good way, they can still win this. And look at Enzo, he's already lurking towards their spawn. He might just catch Dubbin off guard,
30 seconds left.
but he might not push aggressively just yet.
Oh, Neon. Well, if Enzo swings that and finds Neon, that's devastating. He's looking for it. He knows he wants to. The spike is still dropped, and that is a bit of a problem, considering that you're not going to be able to get anything down. With 10 seconds left, it's not going to happen. I feel like this was, a somewhat winnable scenario with Prime getting those 2 frags, but apparently Fluid, they are okay to just give it away and save these guns for the next round, and hopefully do something better in that one, as now the score is 2-2.
And I'm not sure the save was the right play there. I mean, yeah, they know the team's going to have to save this round, but I just don't see them being able to utilize the 2 Vandals to the fullest extent. I feel like because the rest of the team are on a full save, it really depends on the strat, I guess, right? And if they are playing and trying to recycle the guns, maybe I can see something happening this round, but aside from that, right now, DNA Diff, they're just creating a good padding on that economy.
Well, maybe. We'll just have to see how it goes. I certainly know that some of these hero rifles can turn the tide, but Aversive is the one turning the tide in the favor of DNA Diff in this round, as that's the 1-player advantage taken over as he falls back into a safer position in garden area. That being said, we are still seeing a potential push over here towards A. 3 players are grouped with the spike, and I assume that's where we're going to go. That Reyna in mid is really going to be the crux of things, maybe even popping the Empress. I'm not sure, but if you can create a pinch there on Cat, that could be big.
It could be. And Neon, I mean, already posted up waiting for that aggression, and Cuz looking to fall off of mid after just ensuring that DNA Diff isn't getting too comfortable and starting that flank. So right now they know no one is on a fast flank. They're just going to group up, but look at the rotations already for DNA Diff. 3 other players already at that A site, ready to contest. And Neon's going to go ahead and be able to get that first opening, I guess, shot. And he does onto it, but Kaz, better crosshair placement with the Marshall in hand. And look at Prime sneaking through this smoke, does catch Nick off guard as well. Will he get a second? No. Aversive there to trade things off, puts him in at even 3 versus 3, but here comes that run it back. He knows where Kev is, and Kev, I don't know what is going on, just running with his knife out even after getting revealed.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting decision. That being said, Cuz underneath here can be big. That's the no-scope. Absolutely incredible. Tries for another one, but now it's 2 versus 1. The jump with the right click not going to connect. No-scope as well, unable, but it's still going to be very, very difficult, especially with low HP for Ico. And Enzo finishes things off with that Vandal. absolutely incredible round for Fluid Gaming. And listen, you were asking Endless whether or not it was worthwhile. I guess the answer is absolutely.
I feel like Cuz is just worthwhile there. I mean, he made that round happen with that absolute ridiculous crosshair placement onto Neon. It doesn't matter if it's a Marshall or an op for him. And I mean, he showed us exactly just that. And on top of that, the no scope to send things off. And
Bro,
that burst fire, honestly, just absolutely destroyed Ico as well on that retake. And man, they owe him that round. They owe him that round.
You're not wrong. I mean, Cuz had an incredible sequence right there, and I mean it is certainly a situation that you never want to be in. Just getting no scoped by a Marshall, man. This is just frustrating. That being said, we are seeing the more slow and measured approach. That being said, there's pretty much everyone except for the Cypher in this position for the attackers, and this has kind of been something that I would say is a weakness for Fluid Gaming thus far. Endless, they are very one-dimensional in where they're headed in most cases.
And I mean, that reveal and the Hunter's Fury coming out, it does almost get dubbing, but just the one tag on him this time around. Infiltrator already posted up towards heaven, watching and making sure no one is getting overly aggressive and peeking it. And so far, DNA Diff not really revealing any mistakes for Fluid to really capitalize on it. And I mean, just as we think, they're pretty set in their roots on where they're gonna go. I mean, it looks like they've shifted their attention towards that B site and now officially back to that A. And I'm not sure, was that part of the plan? Was the Omen CP supposed to just bait them out, or was it just uncoordinated?
It's so hard to say. It almost feels as if it was all part of the plan, but well, that certainly wasn't. Aversive getting that frag is definitely not part of the plan or on the cards, and Aversive following it up as well as Neon, making this a really solid round for DNA Diff, despite the fact that I mean, yeah, it kind of looked a bit dicey there when, you know, the B fake question mark came in. Like, it's just so weird to fully commit Nick's life to that.
Yeah, and I wasn't even sure. I mean, it looked like the A rotations were falling off towards B. Maybe they were trying to, you know, show DNA some sort of sound cue of them running away, but I don't think that was the case. I think the teleport from Nick was just a little bit too quick for the team, and I think it ended up not working, and that's why they kind of fell off and kind of went back towards that A, which almost seems like a double fake attempt, but I don't think that was really planned.
Yeah, I mean, and I just got done talking about how, you know, it feels as if you know, Fluid Gaming are kind of one-dimensional in their takes, and you know, that kind of feels as if their attempt at, you know, saying no, we're not. We have those plans, but it just, you know, it didn't work out that time. And well, Infiltrator continuing to do massive damage. Infiltrator now getting a little too aggressive though. Gifts over a couple of frags. In fact, as Kev tries to get the kill on the follow-up, unable to connect, and now there's 2 players left alive against 4.
That was a really weird take overall. I mean, I feel like you're exactly right where they're trying to get a little bit too much aggression, and there's a time and place for it, right? And at that point, they didn't really secure site yet. They kind of all split up into different directions, in which when you're taking site and you don't really have that long control, you don't want to be doing that. You want to get into site, clear as much of that side of the map as you can before you start aggressing into areas that you know 100% they're posted up.
Yeah, you know, I think that maybe the right terminology, the right way to think about it is just like every decision seems just a little bit off or a little bit extreme, right? Like you wanna do a fake? Well, we're gonna do a double, triple fake onto the BA site, you know what I mean? Or you want to get aggressive, well, we're gonna go all the way aggressive, the most aggressive, you know? So it's almost as if the right ideas are there, but just not quite able to connect on the overall look. And oh, how did Infiltrator find that? Oh, got up close and personal. I see, with the dash. Well done, a double kill to open up the site. And talk about aggression, that's the kind of aggression that you need. And what? They're not going B?
I'm not sure. I mean, they got a heavy mid control in Cuz, so maybe he's just gonna cut off rotations towards A, and oh my goodness, does get spammed down a little bit, but surprisingly enough, I mean, he has to fall off, and now the rotations towards spawn are completely back open, and they haven't really gotten enough control of Heaven, so they're gonna be able to play that post plant. They know Cuz is rotating back, could go short, and they're gonna be doubling up short this time around. So Aversive should be relatively aware that there's gonna be presence towards Cat.
He's got to know. There's no doubt about it. The timing is not with Aversive. Kev, what a great find. Now it's all on to these two players coming in for the retake up in Evan. The first one not going their way, but Dubbin does well to find a couple. It does actually hit Enzo straight in the face with that that shock dart, but had full HP, so it really didn't matter in the end.
And right now, 4-4, it's shaping up to be a very close game, and Kev, although sitting at 1-6, he's helped provide his team with smokes thus far, along with the paranoia, getting a couple of DNA members a little bit more weary of the situation and forcing them back and creating a little bit of space. And I mean, with it being 4-4 and his performance hasn't really shown up, I wouldn't mind their position if I was on Fluid.
Yeah, no, not a big deal, I don't think. Infiltrator trying to get cheeky and talk about Kev. Kev opens up the site. Easy does it as Enzo comes back for more. It is a 4v3. Dubbin now in the back of the site has to contend with all of these players. Looking for the first frag, does just that. Now he's going to be just destroyed by Enzo. And here comes the retake push. 2 versus 3. Is Nick prepared? I don't think Nick's ready. No, not at all. It's actually Aiko who falls to Prime, who was in prime position to deny this retake.
Oh, and I think he missed his recon by accident. He wanted it to be up close to reveal sidewalk, and Enzo already watching it, spots Nick and finishes things off, and they regain the lead here, 5-4. So I mean, they're starting to be a little bit more dicey with their takes, a little bit more than that one-dimensional offense that we've seen earlier, as they're starting to kind of make DNA hesitate on rotations, right? They're having a good default all across the board, kind of making presence known all across the map. So DNA is not going to get overly aggressive, because if they don't get that opening pick, now they aren't 100% sure where they are going to basically end up.
You know, that's very true, but it kind of feels that it's off the back of some of those weird gimmicky strats where, like, they just rotated for what appeared to be no reason, and and so, like, I mean, if it works, it works. Like, I'm not saying that's a problem. I'm just saying it was weird. And well, Infiltrator is making this look very normal. This push out on to be successful once again as he closes down those doors. Neon on the other side of things, looking for some aggression. Tries with a couple of knives, and oh, what a shot! That blade straight to the skull, but into Enzo, and now looking for even more players. They know that there's a couple here at A, but who else wants to try and fight against that Bladestorm? It looks like nobody at all, as that's a good ward position for Infiltrator. Neon comes in for the trade and gets another kill with the Bladestorm. So this is, all things considered, very, very solid for DNA Diff, despite the fact that they are not going to be able to stop this plan.
And look at how far back they pushed Infiltrator, right? I mean, Infiltrator pushed through spawn. They got word on Fluid Gaming that they have essentially fell back towards spawn and gotten that kill. And now they decide to go back to A, but little do they know, the entirety of DNA Diff still lurking around that A site, just waiting for that plan. And I mean, that shows Aiko and Nick starting things off with 2 massive kills, which all left down to Prime, who has the Hunter's Fury in hand and the Shock Dart, who gets Nick with it. But I mean, now he has no choice but to push through, and Aiko is perfectly watching that, and they're not even gonna get a chance to contest while they're defusing, and Aiko finishes things off.
Yeah, and that's a thrifty round as well, you know, and it's just, what a great utilization of that blade storm from Neon. You know, basically using Neon as the tip of the spear for the entire team. Everyone kind of being the bait and the support and the flash and everything for Neon in that position. Really doing a good job of setting Neon up for success. And off the back of that, you get a couple of those guns, and then the retake just looked so very strong. Are they going to be ready for this player at wine? It looks like maybe. Yes, they are. What a great find by Cuz. As Neon falls, that big fragger down. Kev from the shadow is able to get a back position, but not able to do much of anything with it on the follow-up. It's 3-on-3 as the curveball comes out on Generator. Cuz finds that frag as well, uses the dismiss to get away. There's 2 players left alive now in the Killjoy and Sova as that spike gets planted down. Fluid Gaming in prime position.
I mean, bomb is planted, 3 versus 2 situation. They're off that man advantage, but do they utilize it? As right now, there's a bit of 1 versus 1 fighting going on. But right now, I mean, DNA starting to kind of reevaluate the situation, slow things down, which puts Fluid in an excellent position because now the time is ticking, and there's not a lot of time left for them to really take the site and still get that defuse the more they delay it.
Yeah, that delay is so weird. Now, yeah, it looks as if that's so. I mean, you're just running away. No way you can win that. It kind of felt as if DNA Diff were looking for an opening, looking for somebody to be giving away a frag. And, that's fully fair enough if you're going to, wait and not get that forward position off that sonar dart. Like, you didn't get any info off the sonar dart, and the Killjoy still swung wide. Like, I just don't know why you commit to that swing if you're not going, if you're looking for an opening, fine, but don't then open yourself up to get killed for free. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, and that was a little bit of a desperation, I feel. I mean, trying to make something happen, but at the end of the day, it just didn't make any sense. And I mean, they find themselves 5-6. Fluid Gaming has really started to turn things around and kind of allowed DNA to kind of hesitate ever so slightly, and I feel like that hesitation on the rotations really makes that deciding factor for them to be able to hold down site. And the Infiltrator has been doing everything he wants so far to get into that B side, but Aiko able to start things off with 2 huge kills. Will he get a third? He almost does, and now the team is already rotated towards that B site. He tries to get the third, but Kev comes in huge as well along with Prime, evening out the situation and puts them back at an advantage. And now DNA Diff left to 2 players left in Adversive, in which Kev comes back still on that flank, and now Neon stuck in sight. Does get Kev though, knows one sidewalk and he just dropped, but is down to 6 health. And I don't want to say this is impossible, but here comes the owl drone and just makes things a lot more difficult. 6 health in a dream.
He's got a little bit of time to work with, fortunately. Knows where 1 is, man. Oh, Neon makes me want to believe in him when he does stuff like that. But yeah, I wonder if Aversive had to run it back available there when he got killed by the Hunter's Fury. That was so brutal, or rather by Kev in the flank. I mean, that would have been so big. I don't know if he had used it earlier on. He had it at the beginning of the round, but I couldn't tell if he had already used it. But if DNA Diff had to run it back there, I mean, that's such a very different retake, right? So I mean, ultimately that was an incredibly close half. Talk about, a hair's breadth between these 2 teams. The scoreline reads 7-5 in the favor of Fluid Gaming, but that could have easily been the other way.
It definitely could have, and I honestly think because of Kev's flank, that just made it so much more difficult. And I mean, Kev single-handedly helped them win that round, because aside from that, I mean, the Killjoy, Aiko, just absolutely smashed them entering the site, right? And afterwards, Kev just coming in on that flank, it just came out huge.
What a nice shot from Infiltrator to find a frag even when, revealed the information was gained. And well, that's a way to lose a nano swarm immediately. Just throw it straight into a shock dart. Unfortunate, but it happens to the best. And with that, I mean, a player disadvantage here for DNA Diff is they look for some information off the back of this owl drone of Dubbin. It does find one player over in market, but does that really give them, real information? I hesitate to say so. That being said, they believe that's the case. They are pushing heavily over here onto this A site. Seems like a good idea. There's only one player in defense. That's Enzo, who does have a frenzy ready and waiting. Nearly able to pick up one, but Aiko too fast on the trigger finger. The push. Oh, what a fast one. Dubbin, though, comes up victorious, and Aiko now has a bit of a crossfire with both of these players set up. Could find some big value now that there's just 2 left. As just taking pop shots. Stop giving them opportunities here, DNA Diff. You gotta be a little bit more careful. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and now it's all straight onto the back of Nick. As, oh my goodness, this is so very difficult. And Cuz, oh no way, Cuz just through the dark cover into the head, and DNA Diff are kicking themselves.
I'm at a loss for words there. I mean, they had no business in winning that round for Fluid, but
No.
DNA Diff just kept peeking. They kept peeking.
He gave it away
over and over, and that's the one thing that teams really need to understand. When you got that bomb down, it's up to them to push into you, and if you have that numbers advantage, utilize it. They have the time against them. The bomb is ticking away. They still have to take care of all 3 of you. And man, the more you peek, the more you open up the round for them. I mean, it can only go bad for you.
I mean, there's even an argument to make about like playing together, peeking together there. Like, that's one argument, but like they didn't do that. They were just doing this crazy jump spot shenanigans stuff, and it's not ideal. Well placed on that paranoia is going to net quite a few frags. Kev finds a couple for themselves, and it's Cuz ultimately who closes down the round with a couple of well-placed sheriff shots that, he used to clutch out the prior round as well. So Cuz having a pretty solid game there in those last couple of rounds. Now guns are gonna get pulled out here for the offense, though.
And man, this is a little bit of a switch in scenario. I mean, Fluid Gaming started off strong, winning the opening pistol along with a second bonus, and then they lost 2, right? And they ended up giving away the lead. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, when I think it was your comment, Vincent, I think you called them one-dimensional, and they just started being like, listen, we're gonna show this guy what's up. And yeah. I mean, they've sort of switched their play. I wouldn't say it's fully 2-dimensional yet. I think it's kind of in the middle. I feel like it was just weird situations that they were put in, which forced them to just shift to a different site to kind of cause a little bit of confusion, which then ended up doubling back to the same site. But so far on this defensive side, yeah, albeit it's only been 2 rounds, but the fashion they're winning it in, and I don't want to say that, I mean, DNA didn't give away that round just now, but I mean, they did, and they took advantage of it.
Here's the thing, right? Like, I totally see what you're saying, Endless, but what I would argue is that, like, we saw, for example, Aversive get aggressive Infiltrator get aggressive in that opening, in that opening pistol, or rather the second pistol for Fluid Gaming. I think it was Aversive who came around the corner. They knew he was there. They had all the opportunities to get that win, but unfortunately were unable to connect the shot. So there's just been a couple of times where I think that Fluid Gaming, they've made some mistakes, but they've made mistakes together. They've played, fundamentally together, right? And so DNA Diff, they are just unable to take advantage of some of those mistakes, and that's been the key.
And I mean, that's why the biggest misconception with in-game leaving as well is making the right call, right? And a lot of in-game leaders, I feel, they get replaced on teams because just simply of performance and overall kind of stuck in a losing streak. But it's not necessarily just down to that, right? I feel like even after coaching so many teams, it's just there's always the pressure on the in-game leader where, sure, even if he makes the wrong call, it's always better off that the entire team makes that same mistake rather than everyone doubting it and doing separate things. Right? And it goes to show in this sense we're fluid. I mean, yeah, they're making the little mistakes, but they're able to still somehow win the round back because they're all on that same page. They're still doing it all together.
Yeah, exactly. And well, this round, I mean, it was all Dubbin really that pulled DNA Diff, gave them a lifeline into this one. And you know, to what you were saying, and listen, it's kind of the classic mindset of, you know, one person doing something stupid is, you know, doing something stupid, but 5 people doing something stupid is a strategy, right? Like that is the thing, and that's kind of the, I mean, if you look at it just, you know, at the most basic level, you know, aggression in and of itself could be, you know, looked at the same way, but as long as you're doing it together, you have the potential trades, like it's fine. And oh, what a find there by Aversive, shutting down Infiltrator, and maybe that pause is what was necessary. Is Kev Aversive does find one, and Aversive trades.
And that's what you want on that attacker side, right? Because the defensive side is already spread so thin. The odds of them 5 stacking a site very, very rare. And on top of that, I mean, getting the trades, that's exactly what you need. You have that man advantage, continue to use it to your advantage.
Oh, Enzo knows. Enzo knows this is not a real push. That's such a huge moment. I cannot believe that they didn't get him out of that position. And actually, I mean, once again, we're at this point where it's like, is it a double fake now because of Enzo's positioning?
Well, if this owl drone doesn't catch anyone outside of that B site, they will most definitely stay towards that A. But I mean, they do catch one, and they're not exactly taking it yet. So you can see Enzo staying patient, staying in sight. Here's some noise coming back to this A site, and they're gonna try to spam away, get some info, and Enzo gonna get that opening pick onto A, which is exactly what they needed. But here comes that molly, forces him a little bit out of position, and the Hunter's Fury. He tried to get one more before falling down, but Aversive so far having an absolutely great round. 3 kills so far, but Cuz, not if he has something to say about it. Down to a 1 versus 1. Just has to delay it, but Dubbin gets off the plant and takes him out. But what a close round that they could have just easily lost. I mean, they should have just played together. Versus getting a little bit too aggressive there. I don't know if that was the right play to try to contest Tevin by himself, especially being in a 2v1 situation.
That's another great example of where, like, Fluid Gaming probably should have won that round, but kind of the opposite happened. Like DNA Diff, they just accidentally pulled. I mean, it's almost a mirror look of what we saw in the first half for Fluid Gaming on their attack side. Like they pulled the accidental double fake because they messed up, and well, that is an attempt at a shot, not quite connecting for either party, as the push towards A does not net much of anything except for a lot of space, and 3 players in fact here. That's Neon, who takes the opening duel and does very well to find that Enzo, though, with a very nice headshot on the Sheriff. Aversive rather is got a 4th position in B and looks to push that position all the way to a plant.
And I mean, the B site is completely open and free. They did get Neon at the top of mid, so they should have 1 gun to work with. Albeit they might be saving it in that sense, but it doesn't look the case. It looks like they're just going to be trying to work a retake from market and spawn. Enzo, with that Phantom in hand that he got earlier, is going to try to make a play off of it, and I guess the rest of the team's just going to try to support him.
Well, that's the plan. Let's see how it goes. Fluid Gaming, gotta go faster if you're going to really get this retake. I don't think this is going to be a full retake. This is just looking for exits here as everyone groups up to get out, but there we go. The swings are there. Kev with 1 frag, nicely done, but it's quickly dispatched, and the rest of the team gets killed as well. So, I mean, you know, that was a great opener to the second half for Fluid Gaming. They won 2 rounds in a row, but now 3 rounds the advantage for DNA Diff, as they have closed this down to just a 1 round deficit.
And that's that's a crucial 3 rounds that they just strung along. And I mean, yeah, they were only down 3 rounds after the first half, but they want to put themselves in a good situation, right? And them being on that attacker side, I mean, we've seen Ascent. I mean, is it really defensive sided or is it more attack sided? I've kind of seen like absolute runaway games from either half. So I really don't know which I guess side this map kind of favors.
I think according to the numbers, just you know, if you want to get technical about it, I think it's slightly defense, but we're talking like 49, 51. It's very, very even. And I think it really does, like you're kind of suggesting, it very much depends on the team and how they play. Though Infiltrator, man, had an operator in hand, tried to fight Dubbin, but no, DNA Div and Dubbin in particular are uncontestable in this round over at mid. Prime MCD, you better run away, mate. You're not going to be coming out victorious here. Not against Dubbin, not against the way he's playing, and Ico gets in for more. That's just a huge giveaway by Fluid Gaming. 3 players just dry swinging mid for no reason.
Yeah, and here's where, on the side of DNA Diff, ideally, you know, you're in a 5 versus 2 situation. You know you have that advantage, but everyone should be grouping up together. No one should be by themselves and allow them to even open up the round any more than they have. And I mean, Neon's still lurking towards mid, but it doesn't look like they're really going to contest him. But that's what I mean. Like, there's so many, I guess, players that just don't have that discipline right now. There's the teams, they're just always spreading apart no matter the situation. There's not enough grouping up and just taking it and understanding the situation they're in. And more than often, I mean, they end up losing some guns along the way.
Yeah, I would say that in this particular scenario, I didn't necessarily mind just Neon being there. Like having one lurker, you know what? I will give you that one. But look at the hunt that is going on. No one at all stayed to confirm that, there wasn't a cheeky spike defuse or something. And actually, no one went through. Pretty sure no one actually went through CT there. So, that's just. Listen, did it matter in this case? The answer is no. But your point, Endless, is some of these times you got to be careful of what could happen.
Exactly. And I mean, we've seen often that players just absolutely pop off in scenarios where we just absolutely thought, oh, there's no way they can win these. And I mean, that's what I was saying. It was a 5 versus 2 situation. The 2 on the side of Fluid, they could have double stacked a site, which could have gone very bad had it only have been 3 people that pushed it at once, right? And if that was the case, and they won that fight without dropping a single person, that just puts them in the 2 versus 2 situation, which is completely unnecessary and shouldn't have happened in the first place.
Indeed. DNA Diff in this round as they've tied up the score line. They have 5, count them, 5 ultimates to utilize. And Infiltrator has a classic. Looking for it. Yes, well done. Thought he might right click, but no, not going to do that. Gets away with a rifle, but that's a nano sword, mate. Don't want to be contending with that one. Those bees, they sting and they hurt a whole lot. He's now stuck between a rock and a hard place. Where do you go? Up, down, left, right. There's players to murder you. And eventually does fall to Neon. It's a 1-for-1 trade, extended a little bit as there's 35 seconds. The run it back is popped in order to get a forward position on the site. Cav, though, with a nice frag, and these are looking absolutely brilliant from Fluid Gaming as there's simply 2 players left alive for DNA Dip. The Hunter's Fury being pulled out, this time on the side of Fluid Gaming. Aversive shuts Kev down after that attempted aggression, but with 15 seconds left on the clock, it's simply a matter of time. Aversive with the 1, now needs to find the second. That spike needs to get planted. That's absolutely huge from Aversive to find the big frags, and Enzo is miles away, has to retake verse 2.
And see, that's exactly what I was talking about, right? They had that man advantage. Time was running so low. Had they have just stayed a little bit more patient and not too peaky, I mean, Aversive would have had nothing to do in opening that round, and just like that as well. I mean, it goes back and forth. But Neon able to finally get that last kill, and they're gonna be able to extend their lead back to a 1-point lead here. I mean, regain the lead for that matter. But I mean, it's just so many little mistakes through and through. So it's hard to say. Like every round is just put in jeopardy.
Can I get a caster's molding in chat, please? Because Jesus Christ, I mean, you're right. Like a cacophony of errors on either side. Like it's almost as if like, hey, do you want the round? No. I insist. You have the round. No. I don't want it. So it's just, I don't know. It is one of those situations where you have to just see who is making the least amount of errors, and right now it's up in the air. DNA Diff 1 round in the advantage brought back what could have been an incredible thrifty for the Fluid Gaming side of things. Is now looks as if we're going to be maybe grouping up for another A hit. There's 3 players in this direction, and that Owl Joan does find some info.
And this time around, DNA Diff, they have that lockdown in play, and they were able to draw out that Hunter's Fury from Prime last round. So this time, they're not going to be able to destroy it unless they push through far. So here comes that lockdown in effect. And look at the rotations from DNA. Ooh. Nick already close towards that A. And Enzo, I believe, might have spotted or heard something with the camera. Says he is not rotating whatsoever. And here comes that take. Aversive getting tagged up, but it doesn't matter. Nick has already went on to site, but Enzo there to catch him off guard. And so far, he's been able to delay that take, like you were saying, quite well.
Yeah, it's all about the delay game, and now it's the frag game. Infiltrator, Kevin, Enzo all get in on the action, and Infiltrator closes out the round. Fluid Gaming, they've tied us back up once again. And listen, I mean, it's just a back and forth scenario where now this is kind of where the rubber meets the road. Fluid Gaming, they finally responded after a 5-round comeback for DNA Diff. They finally got serious. They were like, oh, hey, they're tied up now. Let's probably do something about it, eh?
Let's probably let's just toss the round like it's a volleyball right now, just back and forth, just a couple more times before before we get too serious and play a lot more disciplined. I mean, I feel as if both teams, if they had played a lot more disciplined this entire time, this game probably would have been done. And Neon coming in huge with 2 kills so far, but misses the last right click due to the dismiss. And he still has a good choice, but oh my god, cuz through walls, through smokes, through floors, it doesn't matter.
Through everything, as Aversive utilizes that run it back, trying to get something more. The overheal there, as well as the Empress, maybe a bit. That's a bit ahead of himself there on the Nanoswarm, I have to say. That being said, we'll have to see how it goes. Enzo with the first frag now. It's all on Aiko, who's tagged down fairly low and unable to connect off the back of it. Was there another Nanoswarm there?
I don't know, but why peek? No one tapped bomb.
Well, yeah, the initial peek. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I don't think Aversive should have peeked there. And I mean, afterwards in the 1 versus 2, I'm not upset about Aiko's peek because he had to make something happen at that point because it was a 1 versus 2. But at that point, Aversive shouldn't have peeked. I mean, I feel like they knew they were on site, but no one tapped the bomb. There was no need for peeking. And on top of that, because it was a 2 versus 2, if they tap bomb, it becomes a 2 versus 1 for a split second.
Exactly. Endless, you're reading my mind. I was just about to say the exact same thing, because if he waits just a moment and they peek together when the bomb gets tapped, it's a 2v1 in their favor. Oh my goodness. It's just one of those basic things that can really just fly by the wayside. Nonetheless, a round advantage here for Fluid Gaming is lots of utility coming out, and a huge frag from Infiltrator, traded by Ico as Cuz comes in for more. Prime MCD with a nice little frag as well coming in from the market area. Missed shot there from Cuz allows for Prime to get the frag as well. 1 versus 2 now for Ico, who's at 2 HP, trying to do absolutely everything. Getting tagged as well by the camera is devastating. This could be the time, the moment in which we see the match point for Fluid Gaming.
And that was an excellent, I guess, owl drone. But oh my goodness, this lurk. Oh! I don't know what they were doing there. It would have definitely been safer to just stick together, play that 2v1 the way it was supposed to be played. But instead, I mean, Ico had an amazing opportunity at that to actually take Enzo or Prime out, for that matter, and force it into a 1 versus 1. But I mean, he wasn't able to punish them in that scenario.
I mean, he had 2 HP, like, but imagine if Ico has, like, you know, 50 HP or 100 HP for that matter. Like,
oh, 100%. I mean,
no, that's just it's a difficult one.
That would have just been a round thrown away.
It would have been. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Either way, a round not thrown away in this case for Fluid Gaming, as DNA Diff is down 2. They do have weapons to contend with, and looking to maybe bolster that with an orb, and does just that. The lockdown's going to come online for Ico, as actually Hunter's Fury comes out there as well at the same time. Dubbin went fishing, found the home of Kev, and dispatched Kev with ease from that area. The spike gets planted, as now the retake is looking to be strong. 4 versus 5.
And this is where we'll really be able to tell, does DNA Diff hold on? Because as of right now, they've had a case of constantly over peaking, and it seems like the case right now as they're trying to get some A main peaks onto Heaven. But right now they're dropping down the side. Infiltrator, Prime starting things off, Cuz as well onto Aversive, and all this before they've even gotten on the site. And just like that, Fluid Gaming, they're gonna advance to the grand finals this time around. I can't say that I'm really excited or happy, for that matter, for how everything turned out. I feel like honestly, the game could have gone either way. Whichever team ended up being a little bit more disciplined and had less mistakes, they ended up winning. Which, I mean, Fluid Gaming, kudos to you guys. You guys will move on to that grand final.
Yeah, and the opportunity to get the majority of that $300 prize pool as well. Certainly not a insignificant amount of money, and so I mean that's huge for them. I'm happy for them. That being said, I have to mirror your sentiments. It was definitely gone down to the wire, to the point in which either team could have come up victorious, and honestly, just a laughable number of outrageous errors that came out over the course of time. But listen, you know, fair enough. I understand this game is hard, and I mean we can see as 10,000, you know, from as spectators 10,000 feet above, you know what the problems are. But that is definitely a VOD that both of these teams need to go take a look at, because there is countless rounds where mispeaking and over peaking and you know, not playing 1v1s instead of, you know, playing as this team just were given away. So Fluid Gaming, congratulations, huge to get on to those grand finals against Down to Earth, which is who came out victorious on the other side of the bracket. I mean, I mentioned before, I mean, Down to Earth certainly were one of my favorites to come all the way through here, and unsurprising that they made it thus far. Endless.
Yeah, and I mean, that was one of the teams that we looked at the bracket early on, and oh, that's a familiar name. And it's once again good to see them advance all the way to the grand finals, and they're gonna be going up against Fluid Gaming. So I don't know how much of the match they got to see earlier, that, you know, of DNA and Fluid. Maybe they ended their match earlier and were able to catch a little glimpse of who they're going to be facing. But out of the two teams that we just casted, DNA and Fluid, ideally try to play for the numbers, play that advantage. And I mean, again, it is one of those VODs that you would want to watch back to see what went wrong, and we totally understand. I mean, we've been at that point where we're playing in a game and we just can't for the life of us figure out what is going on. And I mean, for a spectator, it's always easier to point out mistakes and see the grand scheme of things. But with that being said, I mean, anything else you want to mention, Vincent?
No, it's been an absolute pleasure. I will be taking a break here and bidding my farewell to the stream, as Derek will be coming in to replace me for the grand finals with you, Endless. But absolutely, thank you everyone who was watching throughout. And that being said, we're coming back here in just a couple minutes with that grand final. It'll be Derek and Endless to bring you that one. So we will return here in just a couple of minutes for that.
feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain. What good is a kid? Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day. Man, you know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first if we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come and test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat, those they don't get it like.
like you. Be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one. Only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind. I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break?
And we are back with the grand finals, and now joined with me is none other than Sloppy Derek. How excited are you here?
I'm fired up. Listen, I was watching that match and it felt like it just took forever because I wanted to get back here and start going. But it's gonna be good though. We got a best of 3 happening. That's exciting. Right for 300 bones.
I mean, what's exciting is the first map being Ascent. I mean, I can't say I've seen that map at all today, but
I have never casted it, so I'm gonna have to get you to maybe keep the pace going because I really won't know what the call outs are.
Yeah, we're gonna have to tell our observer there to just hold that tab button just so or the caps lock button so we can see exactly what each part of that map is called, because I mean it's weird throwing us a curveball for the grand finals. Yeah, go ahead.
I was really hoping that Split was going to be the first one, and then Icebox would have been second, and then like Ascent to finish it off, so that maybe we wouldn't even have to see it. But unfortunately, here we are.
I know. I mean, they just threw it right at us, and I mean, all jokes aside, we're having 2 fantastic teams, Fluid Gaming, Down to Earth in the grand finals. We're going to jump into agent selection here. And I'm curious to see. I mean, I've gotten the opportunity to see Fluid Gaming the last game. Infiltrator massacred the other team. I mean, he's made so many plays happen for them, and it looks like they're just going to keep the same comp. And on the other side, D2E. I mean, a Sage?
Question mark?
A Sage? I can't say I've seen a Sage on Ascent for quite some time now.
Yeah, it's gonna be I mean, I think Kip played. Yeah, so Kip played Sage last time I saw him, and he was on Ascent. So, I guess we'll see if he can continue that momentum that he had in the previous match that I casted. Six Pack is a beast. Let me tell you though, that guy might be the carry that D2E needs here.
Yeah, I mean, the only difference this time I see for Fluid is Enzo no longer on that cipher, gonna go ahead and switch to the Killjoy, and maybe he has some different setups there to catch D2E off guard. I'm not sure, but I'm super curious to see how these teams will match up. I mean, Down to Earth we've seen at multiple of our Pit of Valors and even our Valham, and I mean, they're good. They're resident name here at GLG. So I'm curious to see are they going to be running away with this game like we're used to, or will Fluid kind of put up a good fight?
I don't know. I'm hoping for a good fight. Obviously, D2E is a very good team. So, I'm excited, man. Like grand finals, 300 bones. Like, let's get some money in people's pockets tonight. You know? Exactly.
I mean, there's no downfall to either one of these teams. I mean, sure, whoever loses doesn't get $300, but it shows their resiliency throughout this entire tournament. Their ability to get all the way to the grand finals is always something to be happy about. And I mean, sure, it might come down to little mistakes, or it just might come down to a really tough matchup and play style that they're just not used to. So let's see how this goes underway.
Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. And let's just have some fun. Let's do it. So we are going to see Infiltrator already falling all the way back after he just kind of took a look, trying to feel it out, really. Kev is going to be sitting here, and 3 are going to come around the corner, and Bats is going to take down Kev, and that's a huge first pick for D2E. Alarm Bot's going to be triggered here over on the A site, and Enzo's going to fall all the way back, and he might get overwhelmed here. Nobody's going to double peek with him, though.
Man, I think he was just stuck. He was stuck in hell by himself, and I mean, the rest of the team trying to play for a retake, and you can see that's a little bit of a mistake.
Oh, man.
For them, and D2E just completely swarm over that entirety of site.
Yeah.
Kind of just picked apart the defensive side for Fluid.
Well, yeah, and I feel like Enzo was kind of like, hey, boys, hello? Anybody want to peek with me? Because, like, there was literally nothing he could do. He was just... I mean, at that point, you just throw up a prayer and hope somebody answers. But unfortunately, Enzo didn't have anybody.
Yeah, and like I said, I think it might have come down to maybe some sort of miscommunication where, oh, yeah, we're playing for retake, but he had zero idea that was going to be the setup. And stuck in the site by his lonesome, just, I mean, what else could you do?
Right, there's nothing he could have done. At least he got one person down, a little bit of money in his pocket for this round. But you are going to see D2E here, and that 6-pack. D2E now has Spectres, has a little bit of money and a little bit of wiggle room here, and that pick again is gigantic for D2E, especially so early in the round.
And neat, you can see just posted up very, very patiently outside of A. Just waiting for the aggression, but Kev, smoke has disappeared, chose to fall off, but Enzo, oh my goodness, what a shot onto one, and Yum getting Kev to equalize, and Enzo again! Will he get the third? No, finally gets taken out by Bats, but what is this guy on?
Man, what a shot! What a... 2 shots! He must be on that drink control.
It must be the case. I need to shoot him a DM real quick just to figure out what flavor he's on right now, because whatever flavor I've tried, it hasn't been that nutty, and I don't know. I mean, those 2 shots he just hit, he's feeling good entering the official gun round here.
Well, Vince, like, honestly, I believe it was Vincent that said the best thing was this is just a point and click adventure.
Yeah.
Boy, did he just point and click. And now you're going to see round 3 coming along, and FG's finally going to have some guns, obviously. But you look, not full shields on everybody here. And D2E is just kind of waiting with the same setup they had last round. Worked for them last round, but now they're going to be going against a full ready team in Fluid Gaming.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Infiltrator's shutting them down early on and putting those guns into use. 6-pack, though, not going to go down without a fight. Gets 1, and Kip instantly getting taken out by Infiltrator once again. But 6-pack continuing to try to fight, but Infiltrator's just a little bit too strong. Finishing things off with a huge 4K to secure their first round of the grand finals, but only losing 1 player. Derek, and only losing 1, that puts them in such a good situation, because now they know D2E is going to be on a full gun round. And I mean, look at Yum and his economy, actually only able to afford a Bulldog.
Yeah, I mean, he was using a Bulldog earlier this tournament regardless, so I feel like he's still comfortable with it. So I mean, yeah, let's keep that in our back pocket, because that's kind of a big deal for some people. But I mean, if Yum can make this work, Bulldog, you're also going to be getting a little bit more money for each kill you get. So you know what I mean? It's like you know, a little gamble. But I mean, Bats is just going to be looking for 1 person here, and 6-pack, this is what he does. He's aggressive, so he just likes to hang out in smokes and wait. But 6-pack here going to be looking for 1, and he does find 1. And what a beautiful shot. Cuz is going to fall here, but Infiltrator's going to be sitting up top, and that's the big kill that I was talking about. Yum is going to take him down with the Bulldog.
That was
yeah, it was beautiful. And look, there's another.
I mean, Yum making an absolute...
For you.
I mean, I don't even know what's happening at this point. He doesn't need a gun. Right? And he doesn't need a full gun. I mean, showing that the Bulldog is just enough to get things done, getting 2 massive kills, and on top of that, building his economy. And this is a tough situation for Fluid, all left down to the Killjoy, who is just going to go ahead and sit towards that A site, maybe save the gun, and try to regroup next round.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the smartest thing to do, is just save that gun. On a 1v4 retake, probably not going to go in his favor anyway. And just for how aggressive D2E actually is. So you just kind of hang out and just wait for the next round. But now look at Yum. Drop that Bulldog, picking up a Vandal. So he's going to be ready to go next round. And that money situation on him will be enough for him to even buy another person later on as the game goes.
Yeah, most definitely. And right now, I mean, I like that D2E isn't just straight up hunting for him right now, as they do know they're still not fully set in the economy standpoint right now, and they're still having to build it up. But I mean, able to win that round back and bring their lead up to 3-1. But right now, I mean, Sixpack being the only player that can't really buy, however, his teammates can most definitely drop him.
Yep.
And Prime still going to be able to buy up as well. So it's going to be another fun, packed round as both teams have full guns. This time, Yum without that Bulldog. So can he make that Vandal work? Or is the Bulldog the charm?
I mean, he's so comfortable with that Bulldog, so let's see what can happen here. And just let's keep an eye for Fluid Gaming on Cuz. He's a Reyna, and he has no kills as of right now. And like, I get it, you're just trying to feel some stuff out, but you got to get a trade kill, you know, get your confidence going, especially super early in this. And Enzo's gonna actually stop the Omen from coming in there, which is great because you only have a little bit of you. Oh my goodness, Kip dropping one and then Neat dropping another. So look at how fast that just happened. Down to earth, just walked into that site and just annihilated everybody, even trying to do a retake. So now Fluid Gaming is in a tough spot here with only one round against this is going to be 4.
I mean, down to a 1 versus 4. Like you said, it's tough, and Camp instantly shatters all types of dreams that Cuz had to come back into that round. And that was just amazing patience from D2E, right? And now look at Fluid Gaming. Their economy is struggling hard. Enzo being the only one able to buy a gun with light armor, and the rest are going to just sheriff up and hope for a dream. And I mean, like we said, we've seen Enzo earlier on with that sheriff. He got absolutely ridiculous with those 2 kills, but this time around, can you bank on that? As the sheriff is I would like to say it's quite a random gun. It works really well at times, but at the same time, on the other end, sometimes it just doesn't hit a single thing.
That's exactly it. You got to be able to point and click, but it just seems like that RNG factor is not always on your side, right? Look at Cuz here. This is a big, oh, he needed to hit that, but falling back now, just wait it out. You didn't get a kill, but you have a lot of intel now, and people are gonna have to start rotating very quick. As Spike is about to go down, D2E is gonna get it down over towards the A site, and now we're gonna be in a 5-on-5 retake for Fluid.
And this lockdown coming in might be huge, as it's gonna force a lot of the D2E members out of position and maybe off of sight. But Yum right now, oh my goodness, what just happened?
Did they just line up? They had to have, right?
I have no idea. I don't even know where Yum was on the map, and I mean, all of a sudden, 10-2. He just wiped out the entire team.
Oh man, Yum is just going beast mode, and he's smelling that 300 bones, and he's like, "This, listen, I gotta make this happen."
I think like D2E just simply had a strat of dropping a nuke, and the nuke just happens to be the name Yum, and he came in, absolutely just ended the round, and I'm not sure where they go from that point on.
I actually don't know how Fluid Gaming resets here. You're just getting overrun in any way that you go. Yum is actually going to get taken down to 10 HP and just fall all the way back and just go, I don't even want to have anything to do with that.
And that was an early dink and an amount of damage. I mean, definitely puts Fluid Gaming in a good position to potentially secure their second round finally. But I mean, losing 5 rounds so far to D2E is, I mean, they're looking to run away with it, right? And like we said, both teams coming into these grand finals, they're very confident. They've beat all the teams that they've played today, and now it's the battle of the fittest.
And battle of the fittest, it really is. Everybody's still alive here, so 5 on 5. Hunter's Fury is going to come out. Prime's going to get 6-pack. 6-pack's going to fall because of that Hunter's Fury, and that's beautiful. We are now in a 4 on 3 as Cuz is going to take down 1, and unfortunately Cuz is going to fall here in hell, and Spike is going to go down. Still 3 players aside, so Yum is still a my. Prime is gonna just delete Yum, and now Fluid Gaming is in the advance, or an advantage.
But look at Kip and the flank.
Last player standing.
Oh, he does have a res to use, but he does get spotted, and what a shot! But Prime with the burst classic. Kip almost made it happen.
Man.
I'm at a loss for words with that one shot, but unfortunately unable to secure that round, and Fluid Gaming bounced back, brings the lead down to a 3-point lead advantage for G2E.
If Kip wouldn't have got hit with that off, he might have been able to swing and get the remaining player, but he got dinked down to 4 HP, and when he went to swing, unfortunately 4 HP isn't going to do a lot for you. So any bullet's going to take him down, and it was just a classic that was able to do it. But beautiful round for Fluid Gaming, and like you said, just down by 3 now.
Yeah, I feel like Kip was just had great game sense there on that flank, and it's just unfortunate that it came down to that dink on him as he was spotted crossing to the other side of heaven. But nonetheless, I think he honestly could have made that happen despite being spotted. And right now, Prime taking a good amount of damage, still continuously trying to peek onto 6-pack, and instantly gets punished for it. But Infiltrator there to trade things off, gonna continue to try to wide swing one more, and he does get 6-pack as well. But the lockdown is activated. They have no choice but to fall off, and this looks to be a fake as the rest of the team still close towards that mid.
Oh, and that Spike has just dropped. So Kev now knows that Spike is towards mid, and what a fake out. Kev using his abilities to his advantage, and a beautiful fake. And now Fluid Gaming is seeing with a little bit more momentum what they can do.
That was such a good fake there that landed onto Yum. And I mean, Kev, I was looking at the scoreboard earlier. I think he was 1-7. Has definitely turned this around this round, and right now Enzo already getting aggressive, pushing out that B main. So now it leaves Bats completely pinched, but Enzo misses the shots.
Oh.
Luckily doesn't get punished by Bats for it though.
Man, I've seen so many times where you've missed that shot and all of a sudden that guy flips around and you get one tap. So he just got extremely lucky. Obviously Bats just didn't have, I guess, he just was unlucky with this with the flip around. However, man, we got a close match all of a sudden.
We do, and it doesn't show any type of sign of Fluid Gaming kind of slowing down here. In fact, they've kind of figured out the defensive side or the attacking side of D2E, as I mean, they've been shutting them down 2 rounds in a row, but can they keep it up? That's the question. Infiltrator rotating his op closer to that A site this time, posted up on A main, waiting for an aggressive peek in which 3 of the D2E members, or make that 4, are sitting there waiting. But here comes the recon that's going to bait out the positioning of Infiltrator as he is forced to turn away. And Bats, what's smoke? I mean, they just took him out completely.
Oh,
okay.
what? Okay, interesting. But it worked, I guess.
I mean, whenever you can get someone through that smoke, why not?
I guess so, yeah. And just like this, though, Kip and the rest of D2E are now in a very positive position for them. Prime's going to come around and Kip is going to be able to take him down.
Oh.
Kip is going massive. That's a triple kill for Kip. And now we're in a 2v1. Fluid Gaming, Enzo, the last remaining member, he sees Sixpack, but Sixpack is going to finish this off. And that round going to D2E, and now a 3-round lead again.
Man, and that was really well played. Sixpack aggressively peeking there just to see if he can get the kill, as the time was already ticking quite far down. And even then, had he have lost that fight, Bats was there ready with the Hunter's Fury and a couple of shock darts, I would assume. And there was no way they were going to lose that one.
No, absolutely. And that was just all a pure confidence play. They just seemed to know exactly what they wanted to do. They waited out a little bit. And the pick through the smoke was really the go sign for them. Once they hit that, it was just all over. Infiltrator, you are going to see here with his knives out. So let's see if he can get at least one, if not two. And we are going to see more of an A side than stack here for D2E, but Spike is over towards B. So this is that cat and mouse game that we were more expecting, with the just everybody kind of relax after, you know, 9 rounds go down very quickly, to be honest with you. And round 10 is already upon us.
Yeah, and right now, Cuz really needs to pick up his performance as he opens that pick onto Bats. But as the Reyna, as one of the strongest duelists in the game, you got to be able to impact the game a lot more. And I mean, that kill is now nullified completely as Kip able to res him up. And now it's back to a 5 versus 5 situation. And Cuz left with little to no health. So it puts him at a slight disadvantage. On top of that, they are on that defensive side trying to hold down the site. And Prime just completely getting damage dealt to from the Nanostorm along with the Hunter's Fury, but Cuz able to get that pick back on, and now it just seems to be falling apart for D2E.
What is it? Because Sixpack is still alive, and just like that, Infiltrator is going to be able to clean it up. But so I've seen this before, where all of a sudden Sixpack will be the last remaining player, and he'll be able to flip a full script when it's 3v1 or 4v1. You know, he just starts getting those little picks, and as soon as they start happening, it's almost like he gets more and more momentum and just starts believing. And I mean, listen, great job for Fluid Gaming to stop that from happening. And you are correct though, Cuz does need to wait and maybe get that trade, or, you know, be more aggressive, because the waiting around as Arena is not working out for him.
Yeah, and I feel like he's just having some lack of confidence right now, as he's just been shut down round after round. So he really needs to be able to find it within him on how to switch things around, because I mean, they need him at this point. And Cuz, just as I'm saying it, gets that opening pick onto Kip. So that's exactly what they need. Now they have that man advantage. Yum getting Kev, but instantly gets traded off by Infiltrator as well. Still, they have that man advantage. Now it's time to just play passive and let them come to you.
And that's exactly it. Sixpack's already pushed all the way through here, though. He's already made it past market. So this is going to be scary, and that's exactly... And look at this! Oh, my goodness! So Sixpack has taken down one. Now the turret's going to come out, and Enzo's going to be able to pick off that turret. Beautifully placed turret. And Bats now is going to be picked off that turret. So Enzo now is on site here, and is this going to be doable? Enzo's going to be able to take down one and take that two, and that is a huge round for Enzo.
Man, I mean, I saw that crouch spray as he was kind of walking as well, and I mean, I've seen that used a couple of times. I think it comes from CS, I'm not sure, but I mean, I've seen some weird stuff in that game, but hey, it worked out in his favor. He ended up securing that bomb site, and it's not open for business, and 1 round away from tying things off and sending it 6-6 to end the first half.
And I mean, Endless, we wanted this to happen. We wanted a good match, right? So we're glad that it's happening. And Fluid Gaming, you know, after seeing, I think they were down 4 rounds, maybe 3 rounds, but like they're bringing it back now, just down within 1, almost to the point where we're tied up. Neat's already out onto site though, so this is more scary than anything, because now they're already on site. Spike's about to go down, and now it's a retake again for Fluid Gaming. and attacker and defender killjoy. So bot on bot.
Oh my goodness, the shotgun's coming in. It's not something you want to hear. And they're able to destroy
One
the
enemy
lockdown
remaining.
from that attacker's side, which slowly executes them, and they made it happen. It is officially 6-6. We're going into the second half.
I was
Switching
hoping that we were going to be on Cuz there, because Cuz was just beside Hell, and I don't know who the last remaining player was, but he got detained, and Cuz just walked up to him and crouched and looked up and shot him.
Execution style.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. That was a little bit of a disrespectful moment there, but hey, they deserve it. I mean, they've brought it back. They were down 5-1 at that point, and ever since then, they've completely shut down to Earth's offense. And I mean, now it comes down to the defensive game that D2E can put up. Can they hold on and regain the lead, or will Fluid Gaming, with all the momentum that they've just built up, just run away with it?
And map 1 being Ascent here, I believe it was D2E's map. So interesting, right? And Kip is going to be able to take down one, take down two, and Six Pack is going to be able to remove at least another player. Enzo's going to be able to make him fall, but not after all the damage has already been done. Six Pack's going to be waiting here over towards A tree, and now he hears the spike being planted, just coming out on sight, and oh my goodness, missing all the shots, but not a big deal. Neat's going to be able to come in and take it away, but
oh my goodness. You can't miss those.
No, he was planning.
It happens to the best of us. Sometimes the guns just don't work. You might think you're shooting straight, but they are curving the bullets every single way. And I mean, it's like the movie Wanted, right? I mean, sometimes you want to curve the bullet, sometimes you just can't help but curve the bullet.
So yes, exactly it. Great analogy. So down to Earth here, winning the pistol round, being able to buy again. So this is not a repeat. This is exactly what happened in the first half. And Neat's going to be able to take down one, just spraying through the smoke, hoping to get down another. And Enzo getting away with his life, and just well, never mind. Yum's going to be able to find him right middle there and take him down very easily, as I don't think he even expected anybody to be sitting towards mid. Six Pack's gonna be able to take down Infiltrator, and this round now looking down to Earth. It looks like they're gonna be able to take this round as well.
And honestly speaking, I feel like Kip's wall completely confused Enzo, as he had all his attention towards that catwalk, and Yum coming from mid just absolutely destroys him on tiles.
That's a good call, actually. I never really thought about that. I was too busy looking towards mid. And just Yum sitting there waiting for him to walk into his crosshair, and it happened. So yeah, that's probably exactly what happened. But now you're gonna see full buys coming out for Fluid Gaming, and not full shields. Obviously they can't afford it, but didn't seem to hurt them last half. So we'll see if they can pull back the exact same thing as what we saw in the first half.
And I mean, so far down to Earth, their defense has been pretty good, and I mean, they haven't really, the rounds haven't come close. Let's just leave it at that. And with them having only Spectres this round, it really is going to be a testament to see how good their defensive side is, because still they can play that close range. As you can see, Kip playing the one way right now, and the second he spots one, I mean, that range with the Spectre, it doesn't really matter if you have a Vandal or not. And it really, I guess it's going to be good to see. If they can hold this off, it puts Fluid Gaming in a very tough situation.
Well, for sure, and they won't be able to buy next round, right? And especially with not having any shields on half shields on two of their players right now. But Infiltrator's not going to worry about that. He's going to take down Six Pack, but he is going to fall here, as Bats is going to be able to take him down. And now in a 4-on-2, like this is terrible. This is terrible news for Down to Earth.
Everything just sort of fell apart in the last couple of seconds, and I feel like they were just trying to hold down sites and they weren't really coordinated to say, hey, let's wait for the retake. Let's just give up site. But they just kind of tried to hold it individually. And I mean, that's what happens. But here comes their buy round, right? For the most part. I mean, you can see some light armor on six pack and neat. However, you do have the Odin here on bats. And
Of course you do. Why not?
we've seen what the Odins can do.
And look at where he's set up too. He's set up on the B side, and you know he's going to be spraying right through that wall. So
yeah,
might be able to get one. And Kev is really close to the B side, so maybe he'll be throwing down some smoke and then going towards B.
I don't know. Right now, Bat's going to reveal one. And no, he's not really set up for that spam just yet. I think he's going to save his recon as he used the owl drone to start. Maybe just to push them back, see what type of info he could get. But I feel like once they start executing, that's where that recon's going to go in and that wall spam is going to come into play.
Let's see if Kip can actually get somebody middle here. Oh, six pack just dropping Infiltrator. And what a beautiful shot. But here's the mid peak. And that smoke saved the Omen's life.
Shadows traveling.
Kev was just able to lurk across and cross up to short. But look at Yum and his positioning. If this owl drone spots him, that's going to be very tough for them. But it might die in time, and they check the wrong side. But Yum still going to be playing towards that angle. Oh my goodness. Maybe it was the turret that gave it away for that peak, but...
That's unfortunate. That's so unfortunate.
Oh man, and Kevin that flank too.
And that's exactly like just unfortunate timing for Yum and the rest of the guys here. But Spike is going to go down now. Fluid Gaming in full control of this round with 4 remaining players up. Neat's going to be hiding in this smoke, just waiting till it, I would think, disperses or giving a little bit more. Oh, there's that Odin. Odin go burr. That's gonna be able to take down Kev, and now, okay, beautiful shot by Cuz. So
and that's what we needed from him, right? I mean, Cuz starting to finally feel himself and coming in strong. But Kip, I mean, we've seen him do some crazy things. He is 1 kill away from a res, but the time is just not worth it at this point. He's just probably gonna try to save that op and potentially get an exit, but the timing.
Save the op.
Unfortunate. And I mean, Enzo still gets caught out with Cuz left to save his Vandal.
What's Cuz's kills right now? Because he's probably pulled back here. 9 and 12, and that's exactly what we were talking about. He needed that to start happening, and maybe, honestly though, maybe he's one of those players that is an attacker player. I've seen those in the past where they just can't do anything on defense, but when it comes to attack, they just go beast mode.
No, that's 100% a possibility, right? And I mean, the last we saw him, he was, I think, 1 and 8, and now he's 9 and 12. So absolutely picked it up so far, and it's helped his team kind of come back. And yet again, another opening pick. Both Kev and Cuz, the 2 players that we were saying had to pick things up, and I mean, they do exactly that. Now on that attacker side, getting 2 absolutely huge opening picks. Infiltrator unfortunately gets taken out by bats, but still, it leaves 4 of them up. They're gonna go ahead and get that bomb planted on that A site, and they have the ability to hold that post plant.
And Yum with the Bulldog again, gonna be able to take down Prime.
Oh
man. So his teammates are in CT spawn, so he doesn't have to worry about anybody coming up behind him. So this is a lot of good intel. However, oh no, they're there. So now they know that there's at least 1 person over by tree. So Yum is gonna have his work cut out for him. That's gonna come around the corner, and Cuz is gonna catch him and drop him. And Cuz is going massive right now.
Enemy remaining.
I mean, Cuz, Enzo, Yum. I mean, everyone, Kev, especially too. Like, I mean, everyone is just playing out of their mind. But that's the one thing Fluid really needed to kind of pick things up. And look at that, they just regained the lead, and Neat able to get Cuz last second and still save that op, which is going to be absolutely huge. But luckily enough, Cuz can still purchase a gun, and their money is looking pretty decent going forward.
Let's talk about this. Unless Fluid Gaming now has the lead.
Yeah, I mean, they've rallied back, they've shown their resiliency 3 rounds straight. They have 4 alts on the table.
Yeah, like they're just running right now. They're feeling it. And that's awesome. Oh boy, Neat. Oh, unfortunate, has to back off. And just as that drone came around, it stopped. Oh,
Smoke.
Neat got it through the smoke. This is insane. If he shoots, he'll get another, but obviously he won't notice. But he stopped the rush single-handedly with a shot through the smoke.
And that shock dart finally from Prime taking him out. And that leaves D2E still at a very difficult situation. But Six-Pack coming in along with Bats despite his low health. So now down to a 2 versus 1. D2E has the res in hand, but will they use it? They have the entirety of A site, as they do know that Cuz is there, but now here's a flash coming in. Six-Pack, wait for your teammate. As Cuz able to get this bomb down if he really wanted to, which seems like he's going to.
30
But he's just going to try to bait out a peek, and right now D2E playing it very, very safely, not giving him anything to work with.
Okay, Spike is finally gonna go down here. Lockdown's gonna happen, and this really isn't gonna affect Cuz at all here. He'll be able to play this if he can get this pop and get this kill. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Six-Pack played that very, very well. But if Cuz was able to get a kill there, he could have used his ult and been able just to get out of there unscathed.
I think that was a very smart play to basically guarantee the round, in which Kip, just all he had to do was stay alive. Yep. As he got that info that he was trying to push grass, the lockdown was activated, and what Six-Pack did was he just waited and sat heaven, making sure he wasn't pushing from there, and just waited for any attempt at breaking that lockdown to peak. And I mean, it worked to a T, and that way they secured the round. They're able to tie things up despite using 2 ults there, but they still have 3 ults to use.
Yeah, and I mean, Cuz really couldn't do anything other than that. Even if he planted in the middle, he was more susceptible to getting flanked. So there was really nothing he could have done. He did everything he needed to, but unfortunately just fell short.
Yeah, and here comes that lockdown on the attacker side to reverse things around. But look at Six-Pack and his positioning. Once again, catching them off guard. The lockdown is also destroyed due to the Hunter's Fury. Kev coming in big, but Yum on the flank, but not if Cuz has something to say about it. Still up, 3 versus 2 advantage. And I mean, now they do know Cuz still towards that B main, which makes this retake a little bit more difficult.
And that's exactly it. So it's still a 3-on-2, and Kev is gonna go massive. That's a triple kill for Kev. And talk about stepping up. That's him doing exactly what he needed to do, and that's exactly what Fluid Gaming needed him to do as well. So Kev now, and Neat is just gonna, I was wanted to call him Next because I was like, thank you, Next, but Neat is gonna have to just walk all the way back here and save this off, and that is a very, very smart move because he does have his ult for next round, so he can drop that off for somebody else and then have his ulti.
Yeah, it'll be huge, and I mean, Fluid, this is looking like a very big back and forth game, as no team even wants to give up that first map. I mean, it is a best of 3, and at the rate it's going, I am expecting all 3 maps and Haven and Split right after this, because it looks like the teams are so evenly matched that it comes down to all those little mistakes. Like whoever overextends ends up losing the round.
I don't want to say that I was right, Endless, but Neat has given Kip the op. So it's not a big deal, guys, but I've never been wrong.
Okay, who's winning this game?
You know,
I have to put you on the spot there.
you know, like one of them. So we do have, I believe this is this a tech or is this a tactical?
I think it might be a tactical. It seems as if everyone's pings are looking fine, but I could be wrong. Someone could have crashed, but it looks more like it could be a tactical at this point because, I mean, it's just been nonstop back and forth, right? Yeah. I mean,
just try to
luckily,
reset.
yeah, luckily at this point, I mean, it's been 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 1-1. I don't know what's going to happen. Fluid has just won the majority of this half so far, so I think D2E just wants a little bit of time to kind of regroup and see what they can fix on that defensive side.
And that's exactly what it was. It was just a tactical pause. But as we see this, Cuz is already out on site, and six pack is gonna make Infiltrator fall. And this is huge because now it's a 4-on-5. Spike is still up, and now it's gonna go down. So Fluid Gaming now 4v5 has control of the B site.
And I like what they did this round on D2E. I mean, Yum not getting overly aggressive, trying to hold down that side. They got that opening pick, and that was it. They waited for the teammates. Now they're waiting on that rotation, but will they know Prime is on that B main flank as he's gonna come out and get 3, make that 4 to finish things off. I mean, how often, I mean, whenever you're retaking that B site, you would always imagine that someone would be hiding in B main holding an angle, right? I mean, at least I do. I'm not sure if that's something that everyone thinks of, but you see it happen so often that if you don't check that, they punish you. And Prime proves exactly that. Peeks out onto sidewalk, gets a 3K, and finishes off the last one as well. I mean, absolutely huge.
Endless. Look at Cuz, 14 and 14. He's brought it back to even, and each one of these rounds are more and more important as Fluid Gaming now in a 2-round lead. As Kip is going to be overwhelmed here, he's going to have to fall all the way back because that is everybody from Fluid Gaming over on the A side, and they are pushing right now. But look at Six Pack, he's walking right behind them. Oh no, he's gonna get caught out. Oh, he takes down Prime, and next is gonna take down 1. So now guns in the hands of D2E, but Infiltrator's gonna be able to make them pay, and that is a triple kill for Infiltrator. And that could be an ace coming up, as Infiltrator now already on that flank. Cuz is gonna be able to take down 1 here, and Kev is gonna be able to take down next. And just like that, we are at game number 1.
Match point.
I mean, absolute dominance showing that round. They had the right idea, Six Pack on a fantastic flank, but after getting that kill, I mean, the health wasn't in their favor, and Infiltrator able to just hold that angle and get both of them as they tried to swing together at the same time. They had the right idea,
yeah,
but I feel like the situation just wasn't in their favor.
Well, now you look at everybody here, and everybody does have full guns. Six Pack has half shield, but that shouldn't be a big deal. Doesn't really matter. A headshot is still a headshot, right? So Kev is going to be able to grab this orb, and now he has an ult. So, oh, Six Pack though gonna make Infiltrator pay, and Infiltrator almost caught him just, I guess, sleeping. Really, he was looking towards mid, and Prime is going to be able to take him down with a shock dart.
And when that first one went towards the entrance of Cat,
yeah,
I already knew that was the end of his. Like, I mean, he had no health, and oh, the shock dart coming back at Prime doesn't do a lot of damage, but does he know that Cuz has already lurked that far up close? As he doesn't, and just like that, they have a huge opening onto that A site, which leaves a 3 versus 4 retake situation. Make that 4 versus 2 in the favor of Fluid Gaming, and it looks as if they're just going to be able to close off the first map here, 13-9, as it's all down to Neat and Kev. Both Kev and Cuz stepping things up to be able to will their team to the first map victory, 13-9. I mean,
the way that game started, never would have expected Fluid Gaming to come back like that. It started off with down to earth, just running. It just seemed like they already had it. They already had that swagger. They were ready to rock.
yeah.
But then all of a sudden, Fluid Gaming started to just gain a little bit of momentum, and then it just went, I guess, downhill really for down to earth. However, they did play very well. So that is going to have to, I guess, carry over to next map. Basically shake it off. because you had the best of ones all the way up to here. So grand finals, best of 3, shake it off, just take a breath, and like let's get right back at it. But let's talk about a few of these kills that we had. Like just insane, really. Look at Cuz. Look at Cuz.
Yeah.
16 and 14.
They came from 1 and 7 or 1 and 8. And same with Kev. Like I remember at one point both of them were at 1 and 6 at least, 1 and 7, and they both have come back with very, very crucial kills to open up the round for them. And I mean, kudos to them. They're able to completely come back. They brought back down to earth. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they started off maybe playing from space. I'm not sure, but they were absolutely running away from it. And Fluid Gaming just shows them that, you know, water makes gravity a little bit more difficult. And I mean, just like that, brought them right back down.
And honestly, man, if this is how it works, and this is the map, and this is the Valorant we're gonna get, map 2 is going to be unreal. Honestly, like, and it's on Haven, which is a little bit better, right?
Yeah, I mean,
better than Ascent.
It's gonna be. I like it. I mean, I think Haven and Bind. Sure, those are the other 2 maps that we cast the most, but I like it. It's a change of scenery. I mean, that's how much we play Ascent. Like we cast Ascent. It's just left, right, and center.
It really is.
Every best of one, you could just automatically imagine, okay, it's going to be Ascent. Like, what am I casting to say? It's Ascent. Okay, cool. Right. And whenever you see Haven or Bind get added to that mix, that's where you're just like, oh, okay, it's a little bit different today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And down to Earth's going to be attacking first.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see if that's going to be able to change up the rhythm that they have, right? So
yeah, like the thing I like about Haven is it's 3 sites, right? So to begin with, I mean, the defensive side is already spread relatively thin. We're going to jump straight into that agent selection right now just to see, you know, what kind of comps these teams are coming up with. But like we were saying, the defense is already spread thin. So the amount of aggression they need to start things off on that defensive side to get that info to cheat rotations, I think is absolutely huge. So it comes down to which team is more aggressive and whether or not the attackers allow them to get that early info.
And look at what Cuz is rocking. So going away from the Reyna and now going with a Phoenix. Kind of, you know what I mean? It's a little bit of a different, I mean, obviously it's still like, it's still an aggressive player. But or still an aggressive agent, but it's not as aggressive, in my opinion, as Arena. So with the flashes, and I'm very interested to see how he can keep that momentum going that he got in the second half of the first map.
Yeah, and I think maybe Cuz is just wanting to switch things up because I feel Phoenix is just a little bit of a faster paced agent. Yeah. With the flashes being a lot faster, less time to set up. It's a quick run and gun type agent. Yep. Compared to Reyna, where you can flash through walls, but by the time that pops and you pulling out your gun, it takes a lot longer, and it's a lot easier to kind of dodge compared to a Phoenix flash, which is completely out of the blue.
And it's a matter of milliseconds. You're flashed. It's that quick.
Exactly.
Right.
So it's similar to kind of like using a breach, right? But breach is just a little bit slower. And Phoenix is a very good agent to be able to gain a lot of, I guess, create a lot of space for your team. Along with them being, again, paired up with Kev's Paranoia on that Omen. I think it's going to be quite useful as a little bit of a duo there. But curious enough, I mean, they're starting on that defensive side this time. So D2E set to attack, and let's see, you know, what they have in them.
Look at the setup. This is awesome. They have Enzo just by himself on A. And that's like, you're a Cypher. That's what you need to do. You don't need 2 or 3 people. Cuz is going to be able to dink down one. And oh my, Cuz, welcome to the match.
Oh my goodness. And look at where Prime is set up. He's already aggressive mid. Unfortunately, only able to get one, but Bats gets taken out by Kev. and Enzo there onto Six Pack as well. So now it's all down to Yum in his lonesome against 4 members, and Cuz, it doesn't even matter. Why? Because Cuz is there.
Jeez. Man, it took so long for him to get a kill last map. And when he finally got one, we saw him start moving a bit, more confident, and away he goes. And then the second half came along, and then he exploded. This map right here dinks a player down instantly, gets a kill, and then cleans up the last remaining player. And Fluid Gaming now taking a 1-0 lead. Huge first round.
Absolutely huge, and now they have the guns in hand. I mean, there is a force buy on the side of D2E this time around. As you can see, some Buckies and Spectres in hand, and I don't know. I mean, it's always been kind of a mystery. Is it the right play to make? As, oh my God, Kev, wide swings, long spots, a bunch of them, and he's made the right decision to just fall off, wait for his teammate, and just hold this spawn. But look at what Kip has. Kip has the Judge in hand, and that's one of the guns where you just absolutely don't want to die to. And I mean, just like that, walking through the smoke, that's the mistake.
Oh boy, but Infiltrator gonna come around and take down Neat, make that 2. Infiltrator's going absolutely massive. Endo's gonna be able to take down 1, and now it's a 4-on-2. Infiltrator's going massive, and that is another kill. Last remaining player of D2E is gonna fall because Cuz comes around and takes him down.
So I'm gonna ask that question again. Why? It's because of Cuz. It's just Cuz. Okay, I mean, there's no other answer to that. I mean, it's just Cuz, right? And
let's Infiltrator though. Those
absolutely
3
massive
kills were insane. And if you're like, you know, like when a streamer starts popping off, and then all of a sudden you're like bang, 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 and then he's like, clip it. That's exactly what probably happened in their comms.
Yeah, basically. And I mean, Kip came in huge with that Judge, making it do a lot of damage, getting, I think it was 3.
Yeah.
Of Fluid's members, and I mean, it's huge. And I honestly, like I said, I can't stress it enough. I hate that gun.
And you know what? Yeah, dying to it, you're just like, well, that sucked.
Right? Especially after a full buy, you just walk past a corner and you just peek something and instantly get your head blown off. I mean, there's no better feeling, honestly.
You're like, that was $3,900 just down the toilet. Perfect.
Right? Look at that impression.
Fall all the way back, and he sure does. Flash is gonna come out, and it's gonna make them fall back now, as 3 people were being very aggressive. Kip is gonna be able to take down Infiltrator, and this is huge now. Smoke is gonna come out, and Spike is now gonna go down for D2E.
I feel like Kip last map being on a Sage kind of restricted his ability to really impact the game. So it's good to see that he switched it up to a Jet, and I mean, now he has the Stormblade out, but I mean, it didn't really do anything.
He missed every single knife.
Unfortunately.
Crushing middle, he missed, like, just had too much time, I think. Too much time to think.
Yeah, and now you're sticking the bomb.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Well then, hello?
All you see is Enzo just hanging out, looking at his spray.
Yeah, they just kind of let them defuse. There were still 2 people up for Down to Earth.
Yeah, and I mean, we heard the Molly come in. It was very, very late.
Yeah,
and maybe they just didn't hear the defuse note, but
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, Down to Earth's just got to shake it off, and maybe to go back up to the atmosphere like they were last map, right? They got to figure something out here. Shake off the bad, and let's get going here, Down to Earth, because we need to get some rounds. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
That was beautiful, but Bats is gonna be able to take him down. So the trade is there. Spike is still up in the hands of Down to Earth, and now towards the C long with Spike. Kevin's gonna be able to take down 1, and don't take out Enzo, because Enzo's gonna be able to take him down. Kev is gonna get the kill, but Six Pack is gonna get that trade. And Six Pack, the last remaining member having the spike, and this might be huge. Oh, Prime is going to be able to take him down. Sixpack really had nothing to lose at that point. He just had a sheriff, but unfortunately couldn't click on the head.
I don't know if Down to Earth has just gone so far below ground level. Maybe closer to the Earth's core at this point, but they really need to start climbing their way back up because Fluid Gaming, they're just weighing them down, and it is not looking good. I mean, second map in the best of 3, they're already down 1 map, and on top of that, they're down 4-0 on the second. It's not a good sign.
Do you take attack or a tactical timeout here, Endless? Is that what you would do?
I wouldn't say just yet. If they lose this round, yeah. But 4-0 with one real gun round to start, not necessarily the best thing. But Kip starting things off for D2E, able to get 2 opening picks to start here. But Sixpack gets taken off by Kev, but without a trade, not today. Neat getting that trade instantly. Enzo getting another one, but Neat once again. Their trade yet again. And I'm not sure what Cuz was trying to molly there, but I think there was some sort of a misclick.
Just the stop and stare at it was the best part. He's like, yep, I screwed up.
Yep, that didn't work.
I think he typed something in chat as well after he threw that, so that's pretty funny. He's just gonna stick this, just try and hope that he gets it to half. So, and then he takes down Neat. That Molly's gonna be able to stop him though from defusing this bomb completely, and that was perfect. Black's gonna come out, shock dart, Bats gonna be able to take him down, and finally, welcome back to the game, Down to Earth getting around.
See, in that situation, I like that they all kept their ults, but if you noticed, all 3 of them had ults to play for the bomb. I mean, they had the Rolling Thunder, they had the Hunter's Fury, and on top of that, the Brim ult. I mean, there was no scenario that would have allowed them Cuz to win that unless they all peaked and just somehow got out-aimed.
Well, that's exactly it, right?
Yeah, I mean, huge round, finally on the board, and I mean, that was all without the tactical, so that is absolutely huge, not wasting it on a talk, but now they officially have guns, and you can see Food Gaming is a little bit on the broke side, but look at this flank from Infiltrator. There is a tripwire there, but he's already posted up with the Blade Storm in hand.
Cuz is now also gonna, that was beautiful. Neat was like, you want to see something neat though? And takes him down. Kip is gonna be able to take down Cuz, and now look at D2E, but Kev is gonna say that's enough. D2E is crawling back into this game 1 kill at a time, as Enzo now, the last remaining player for Fluid Gaming, is a little bit of work left to do for him here. Just kind of wait for the plant to happen and try to take a gun out of the hands of pretty much. Take down 1. Bass is like just cool and collective, taking him down and gets spike plant. But Enzo taking 1 gun away from D2E.
See, I think I finally understand D2E's logo, right? So they start off slow because the seeds are just planted and it takes time for them to grow. And I think they're starting to grow at this point to the point where they're starting to get a little bit more confident. I mean, you kind of get more confident as you grow, right? And when the tree becomes big enough, you can see how big the stump is.
So what about the first map though, Endless?
I think they tried some reverse psychology there.
Okay.
They were a dying tree at that point, but
got you.
You know, or maybe it's a whole 3 maps type of growth. You know?
Production just said deforestation got them.
Yeah, I mean, the Fluid Gaming, they definitely play Valheim or the forest, you know, and they've cut down more than enough trees, and that's probably why D2E is taking a while to kind of grow back.
That's exactly it. Kip's gonna be able to get the first pick, and Prime will get that trade. But we're right now on a 4-on-3, and Spike's still up in the hands here of D2E, so they are going to be moving over towards the A side with Spike in hand. Cuz is going to be coming all the way through CT with his fellow team member, so Spike going down now, and now a retake is going to have to happen.
And with only 3 members for this retake, again, they still have 2 ults to kind of use for the post plant, but you can see Yum already setting up for the post plant molly, and the run it back is going to be activated by Cuz. He's going to try to clear some space, calls off that there's no one short, but the molly is in play, and they're not going to be able to get on that defuse just yet. But now Shock Dart's coming in, and the ult as well to finish things off.
Holy smokes.
And 3 rounds just like that. I mean, do you remember the time where we were sitting there kind of worried for D2E, being like, hey, they're down 0-4. This is the second map. They're down a map as well. What's going to happen? And ever since then, I think God has probably sprinkled some water for their growth, and they haven't looked back.
They heard us, and they're like, I'll show you.
Basically. But that's neat.
Do you think, yeah, well, that's neat. Do you think Fluid Gaming is watering D2E?
Maybe, actually. That kind of makes sense. And I don't know if Fluid Gaming is getting a little bit too diluted right now, because their performance is kind of changing, and the momentum is all towards D2E right now. But Cuz unable to connect to Yum, and Yum just takes him out completely.
He didn't even hit him once.
I don't think so. And now Kev's gonna try his luck on that. Kev this time not gonna miss, because he's just the all better marshaller. But Kip surprises him, sneak attack.
What a beautiful updraft from Kip. Just jumping right onto site there, and knowing that he only had a marshal, so he wasn't going to be able to, fight. Oh! Hunter's Fury's going to be able to take down Kip, and now we're in a 2v2. Spike is planted, so Enzo now is going to have to try to get onto site for this retake, but both remaining players are long C. Shock Dart! Oh, he is.
They do have that molly.
Yum is down. Yum is gonna fall here.
Oh.
Bats is gonna be able to take down Enzo. Shock Dart.
Oh, bad.
Bats being able to clean it up, and we are all tied up, Endless.
Man, see, on that side of things, Fluid Gaming did everything they wanted and got everything they wanted out of that round. Their overall thing was, first, they were down 2-3. They evened it out with the Hunter's Fury. Then they were also able to draw out the Hunter's Fury on the side of Bats, right? And that's exactly what they wanted. I mean, I had a feeling that they felt they were going to lose that round, but ideally draw out as much utility and potentially an ult if possible, and they did exactly just that.
Yeah, for sure. And ult is now out of the hands of the Sova, of both Sovas, really. So now you just got to kind of regroup, and 4-4. It's a brand new game, Endless. Brand new.
Brand new game, brand new tree, and D2E is fully grown.
Oh no, Cuz was just kind of hanging out waiting for Sixpack to come back, and he does. He comes right into him, and now Kip is going to be holding down mid with his knives on. Endo is going to endo Kip.
And that Rolling Thunder comes into play, but Bomb is already halfway. Will they get him? The molly comes into play. Yum, absolutely huge, but here's Kev having the garage play, unable to connect. And now it's all left down to Cuz, who, again, the Bomb is halfway. And luckily, they spam him in the right area.
And that was neat.
That was neat. He's trying to defuse through that smoke. That's neat.
Yeah, perfect. Neat, you want to handle this? Yeah, I got you. And he just does it. Let's talk about that molly.
Yeah.
That molly was fantastic. Pops the molly down, kills one, and then sprays through and gets another. So
yeah,
knowing the utility, knowing exactly where the spike was, just good plays all in all by Neat.
And that's just such a overly used strat, because it just works so well. Getting that early control onto that B site, planning, and just getting the hell out of that site. And it works to a T every single time, especially if they have those ults and mollies, and even shock darts for that matter, to kind of back up that decision. And once again, Sixpack opening things up, having that one-man advantage now. But look at Prime, still lurking towards B. He has no idea that Sixpack has lurked into sight, but Enzo there to trade things off finally. The Nero Thefter to come out, understand where everyone's location is, but it doesn't matter. Bat's gonna peek along with Neats together as a team, and they take him out as well.
The last remaining player is Cuz here. Still has his run it back now. So Spike is about to go down over on the A side. And it's going to be an uphill for sure for Cuz here. And at this point, do you go for it, or do you like just kind of wait? And that's exactly, yeah, he's just going to save this. Just says, no, I'm not going to go for it. He heard us. So
I think the good decision here is to maybe try to get 1 or 2 exits. Maybe hold some weird off angle that they won't expect and hope that they exit that direction. But they do know Cuz was last spotted there, and it doesn't seem like Cuz is really going to go and contest. Instead, he's just going to go to save his gun, like you were mentioning. And I mean, the 3 members of D2E still here, and he does get one, as Bats was not expecting him to already be in that C site, as the rotation was coming all the way from A.
I mean, why would you though? And oh my goodness, is he gonna get another? Oh, fall!
Oh,
no, that's no good, Cuz. You waited that whole time.
And look at Bats and his economy.
Oh my.
He's fully maxed out right now. He's laughing. I mean, they got that pick. They have the momentum. I mean, they've won 6 straight.
Yeah.
Derek, 6. We were talking about, oh, they're down 4-0. Should they call a tactical timeout? No, I don't think so.
Listen, don't put yourself in the same boat, okay? I'm the one that asked it. I'll take full responsibility here. You said no, so this is all on me, Endless.
I mean, 6 straight, that's absolutely huge. And again, Bats getting that opening pick. They have the C site now. Gonna be able to plant that bomb and get it down. Kip getting a pick onto Enzo, but not until Prime trades him out. And just like that, down to just Cuz. Once again, last man standing against 4 members.
And he got picked out there too.
Once again.
Yeah, and yeah, there's nothing he could do. He got picked out. He was trying to run away. He didn't have his shield, and he had a sheriff. So like everything was kind of just not going to be in Cuz's favor. Now we are going to see the full purchase though. So Fluid Gaming here with 4 rounds only on defense. Obviously, Haven's a little different, right? We have those 3 different sites here. So maybe D2E might not be so great on defense. I don't know. But Fluid Gaming's you gotta think they gotta get at least 1 more round here.
Yeah, and honestly, I was thinking about that as you were saying it, right? I mean, I'm just basing it off of, oh my goodness, okay. I'm just thinking about the agent selection from D2E. They have 3 agents that can prevent bomb plants along with diffuses, right?
Yeah.
They have the Breach, they have the Sova, and on top of that, they have the Brim. So I think on the defensive side, they're going to be relatively strong, but
yeah.
Fluid showing some signs of life, trying to win the last round here flawlessly, and that they do. And they're going to be able to bring it back to 7-5 entering the second half.
Man, they played so aggressive there, Endless, and you got to think maybe they should have done that the whole time. And when Down to Earth started to get that momentum and started to roll, and 6 rounds going just into their side, it was almost like Fluid Gaming was almost like, wait, well, hold on, what's happening here? And they almost like turtled a little bit. But then that round there had full guns. They were super confident, pushed all the way down C, and then bang, bang, 2 people are dead super quick. So you got to think maybe Fluid got in their head, honestly.
It could be the case where, I mean, again, D2E, they started losing 4 rounds straight, right? And that was due to Fluid getting overly aggressive to begin with to kind of throw them off guard. But after they started losing a couple rounds, Fluid lost that aggression completely. And like you said, they started turtling up, which affected their defensive play because they just simply didn't get enough info early on. And by the time D2E wanted to execute, they were just out of position.
Fluid's already in B. Like, I understand that it's just a pistol round, but they're already there. Nobody was watching B mid. And just like that, we're in a 3-on-3. Infiltrator's going to be able to take down Kip. And Infiltrator is moving as fast as he possibly can. And why not get a triple? As Kev is going to be holding down the last remaining player over here on the A side. But that's Spike. And Prime is going to be able to clean this up. But oh my goodness, they just walked right through onto B uncontested.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest things with this map, right? Because there are 3 sites, teams tend to leave B alone as it's the quickest site to rotate to. Now, I don't know if I fully agree with that setup. I mean, having your Sentinel ideally holding down that A site is perfect and playing it for a retake, but B is a site that you ideally want to at least be playing towards B or C link to be able to spot that entrance into it and potentially get a pick before you get into that retake.
Well, I mean, Enzo can hold C by himself, right? He's a Cypher. So, oh my. Yum is going to be able to take down one. Kev is going to come out huge, though, and get a double. Infiltrator's looking for that last remaining player on C, and they do find him. Kev is going to get him, and he's going to drop. And now, the last remaining player is Bats. And he's just sitting there with this classic, like, guys, what happened? I just got here.
I mean, yeah, at that point, Fluid just completely stormed the site, and
Out of charges.
I mean, no one was really kind of together in that hold, right? They kind of just try to hold it one by one, and I mean, albeit they have pistols, but try to make a play happen.
Yeah,
you started off well,
the
right?
crossfire wasn't there. And that trade didn't happen. You need to get at least one trade. Like, they did get one kill, but I mean, like, Kev with a 4-piece by himself pretty much just walked onto site, and then obviously Fluid Gaming just ran that site. Like, it was perfectly executed. But like I was saying, like, Cypher alone can hold down a site. He doesn't need to put his tripwire on B, in my opinion. He can put his tripwire on C long, or he can put his tripwire on A long, and just put his camera on A, and then hold on a site by himself over on C, or go to C with 2 other people. I just feel like B is really not where you need to be placing that tripwire, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But what do I know?
It shouldn't be the play there, and perhaps that's what they were trying to do on a pistol.
Yeah.
But right now and then, I mean, Kip getting pinged out and instantly gets spammed through that smoke by Infiltrator. And oh my goodness, Bats gets caught out in the open as well. And right now, D2E is just falling apart completely. Yeah, I mean, they saved the last round, but this is their buy, and it's devastating because they're not able to hold on to the site.
And if you look, like what we were saying before, so their 6-pack now falls, but what we were saying before is in a 2v1 here, yeah, so Prime just drops down neat there. But yeah, like his tripwires weren't even utilized on B. Nope, like it was just it is pointless, right? And A or C is where they're going to be hitting. And if they do go B, like you said, B is just such an easy site to get to. So there's really not a big deal. And it's just, I think maybe an overthought, and just like, oh, if I put it down B, we don't have to worry about it. But I really think that would have stopped and null and voided the rush that just happened over on the A side.
Yeah, and right now you can see D2E starting to get a little bit more aggressive towards that mid, getting early info, but it doesn't work to their favor as Kev completely caught off guard, not expecting Kev to still be towards that spawn. And look at 6-pack, close up garage connector, waiting for them to aggress, and he's going to go ahead and cage it after the smoke, and that reveal is going to come out, and hopefully he can get one through the smoke, but he doesn't even go for it.
Infiltrator just started to spray, and then yeah, oh my goodness, Bats is going to be the last remaining member, but he's in the long area, and now it's a one-on-one. Kev does have the spike though, and gun in hand here. Drone's going to be coming out over towards the C site, and they are going to know exactly where he is, and now he's going to get pinged out. So it's a 1v1 and intel in the favor now, but Kev going to be able to teleport away. And now he's going to be playing a very close long. And now it's just Shock Dart coming out. And Kev's not going to be able to hit this. That's going massive. And what a huge round for Down to Earth. Now you pick up a gun and drop it for somebody else.
Do not hunt
the hunter. I don't know what happened there for Fluid Gaming. I mean, it was a 2 versus 1. and they forced it into 2 separate 1v1 fights. And I don't know why that was even the case. Kev had the bomb, and I mean, they really didn't need to peek it.
Nope.
But hopefully that was a little bit of an ego check there for Fluid Gaming, because I mean, plays like that, they don't win you tournaments. They might win you some comps, but they don't win you tournaments.
And that's exactly it. And especially with $300 on the line here, it's not small money. It's 300 bones. Like it's significant. So, I mean, yeah, just play, I guess, smarter, right? And play for that trade. It's a 2v1, and don't give them both 1v1s. So
exactly.
And unfortunately they did, and it turned out to bite them. So now you're looking at an 8-8 tie when it should be a 9-7.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, I hope they understood their mistake, and it looks like they do.
Yep.
As they're all grouped up towards Garage, and they're going to go ahead and once again be able to secure down this C site. And you can see Sixpack already pushed down, having that flank in order, but do they check it? Do they expect that one of D2E's members have already pushed down? As you can see, Bats getting an opening pick, and I do not think they are going to expect Sixpack here whatsoever.
And that's 1. Make that 2. He's going to be looking for the 3.
Oh.
But fortunately, or more or less fortunately for Fluid Gaming, Enzo was hanging out in the back of C. And I really don't think that Sixpack realized that there was a player all the way in the back of C, because he just kind of hung out in that rolling thunder.
Yeah, exactly.
He got hit by it and just kind of stood there.
And the thing is, too, I feel like if Sixpack kind of aggressed with his team a little bit faster, they could have turned that around, like, in their favor. I mean, that flank at the end, it came in huge, but unfortunately, the rest of his team was all dead. So, an Infiltrator, oh my goodness, starting things off with that huge op kill onto Bats, who has been their top performer thus far. But look at this flank from Sixpack already.
So Kip's going to get revealed here and have to fall all the way back. Sixpack is going to be on this flank. Look at how big
Spike
Kip has
down
gotten,
A.
though. That is a double kill from Kip, and he still has his knife.
remaining.
Oh.
Make that a triple and looking for the last. So 1v1 towards the long area.
Oh.
Infiltrator is going to be able to take me down, though. And now it's a 2. Oh, no. Infiltrator is going to be able to take me down, and now it's a 1-on-1.
This is the reverse Blade Storm.
Spike in the hands of Infiltrator, and he's got out of dodge. He's already over towards C.
Oh my goodness. But it's a good thing Sixpack kind of understands that that's going to be the case, as he is rotating towards mid or Garage coming now. And I mean, the tripwires are still active, he knows, but they're about to meet up very shortly. Infiltrator sees him, has the blades in hand. Will he be able to finish it off? No. Sixpack secures the round, and once again we're back at a tie.
Oh my goodness, what a round for Sixpack. And that happened so fast. There was trades of plenty happening over on A, and all of a sudden I thought for certain Kip was gonna get 4 and end the round. And before you knew it, Infiltrator dropped him, and then he turned around, and I believe he dropped Neat, and then grabbed Bomb and got over to C. So
Let's go.
I mean, Sixpack just playing it very calm and collective, and being able to know that the rotate happened. But we're back to another tie, and it's either win or go home for Down to Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that Fluid doesn't kind of overwater the tree, because right now it seems like they're kind of having a little bit of troubles once again, as Fluid picked up their attacking side once again. But right now it's been a slower round. No one has gotten overly aggressive, and just as I say that, Sixpack nearly gets Infiltrator, but the paranoia comes perfect timing, and he is able to get away with that operator. But now Infiltrator on to a huge pick onto Yum with that op in hand, and Cuz already posted up, ready to flash peek A-Link. And if he does get them blind, this will be huge.
And that's exactly it. No, he does flash. He did not blind them, and it was perfect actually. That was a great flash, and you called it. Oh my goodness! I thought he was gonna knife, but played it very smart. Now knows exactly where everybody is. It is a 1-on-3 now, and that is 2 first kills now for Sixpack. So a 1-on-3 now, going to be trying to get the third, and Prime is not going to be able, or Prime is going to be able to stop that from happening completely. And Fluid Gaming now, we're seeing it just a back and forth matchup all of a sudden, and Fluid Gaming 10-9 now.
And that's one of the things that I would kind of worry or watch for if I was on the side of Fluid Gaming is the flanks from Sixpack. I mean, it's been a couple of rounds in a row now that he's just kind of been lurking on behind them, and to kind of be aware that they have a lurker for that matter, and that he's usually always on that flank. So that being said, I mean, they have done an excellent job on that attacker side, getting those opening picks, and now they kind of force D2E in a tough situation in the economy-wise.
Oh, that's exactly it. So Fluid Gaming here is gonna, I mean, try to get this round for sure, right? The money situation, if D2E loses this, I believe their money is just gonna be not great. So Kip already up on top here. Smoke's already towards him, but it's not really gonna affect what he's doing anyway. He's just gonna be holding down that angle, as Prime is gonna be holding down over towards mid doors and just kind of waiting. Sixpack's down to like 2 health, and he's gonna fall here. Sixpack finally gonna go down. So that pick is the first pick of this round, and now Spike is gonna be over towards B, as Cuz is gonna be using just suppressive fire. Kip's gonna be able to take down one, and I mean Bats and be able to take down another. And what a flash by Cuz!
I know exactly where you are.
I mean, full blind and a perfect peek. I mean, what more can you ask for Kev? Making their advantage a little bit more formed, as now up 3-2 in the numbers game. Cuz holding this peek for Kip, and Kip's gonna walk right into it. Bats able to trade things out, does get the second, but Enzo. Oh my goodness. A little bit of a BM there, but you know.
There, yeah. Let's keep it going. Here we go.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. We're moving along. Not a doubt in my mind that we were about to win that. That's exactly what he was thinking here. Fluid Gaming now 2 rounds above D2E and 2 rounds away from taking the tournament.
This should do.
And you know what, Derek? I mean, I've been casting with Strive for a while, and every single best of 3, we've hit all 3 maps, and that might be the caster's curse for him. And right now, it's looking like it could possibly end in 2.
So this is a tack timeout for sure. Obviously, if they lose this round, they're going to be, you know, on the ropes the whole time, and I'm talking about D2E, right? So
and on top of that, this is their last buy round for a full buy round if they do lose it. And you know, if they don't, I mean, they're up against match point, and they're kind of forced with maybe Spectres, some Stingers maybe, or even Buckies and Marshalls like we've been seeing, to somehow clinch on to the tournament lives.
But let's not worry about that, because this round here is a full buy. Obviously, Sixpack doesn't have a full shield, but that's really not a big deal again. Kip's going to be holding down towards long C here, and oh my goodness, Kip, and just a beautiful cage there just to be able to walk by. Location's going to be revealed here on Infiltrator, as he's going to fall all the way back and remove that. Some Hunter's Fury going to be coming out towards C, and not going to tag anybody. I think he got maybe 1 to about 20, but nothing really big here. D2E is just going to start playing this way more passive, as we're going to see Fluid Gaming on that huge rotate.
Look at Enzo. He's lurked his entire way through A and into A-Link, and Yum not even expecting it. Coming out huge, gets neat as well. And that was the flaw of Kip, offing towards long. I mean, he fell off completely towards heaven, and all Enzo did was just slowly lurked up A continuously after that cage on short.
Oh my goodness, Kip was just following Enzo that whole time. He does get that, and shock dart. How did Six Pack stay alive?
Oh my goodness.
How
I think
did
it
he
just
stay alive?
landed. I think it landed right behind the box.
Oh my goodness, he has 1 health. Six Pack's gonna fall. Infiltrator's gonna be able to get another one here, and the last remaining player is Kip. Oh boy. Oh boy. Cuz is gonna be able to take him down. Just the mosh pit over here, and match point, tournament point now for Fluid.
I mean, this is where it separates the men from the kids, right? I mean, the back's against the wall. There's no other place to go but forward. And I mean, does their journey end here, or do you think they can somehow force a map 3?
Well, you've just lost 3 rounds in a row. So, no, and the buy is not great. Half shields and bulldogs and buckies, and Kev is gonna take down 1. So you're already down a guy. Yeah, it's not looking great.
It's not looking good indeed. And Enzo getting 1, but Neat finally there to get the first pick of the round. And Kip, Blade Storm activated. This could still go either way. So 3-on-3 retake situation. Bomb is going to go ahead and get planted towards that C site, and that shock dart coming in does a little bit of damage towards Prime, but can he reciprocate the damage onto Neat? He doesn't. And Kip already dashed into sight again. Blade Storm's activated. Bats, could they extend the round? Kev still alive in sight with just a classic left. Can he finish things off? He does, with the first fire in a 4K to finish D2E off 13-9, and they are your Moonrise tournament champions, winning that $300, Derek.
300 big ones going right into Fluid Gaming's pocket, and probably gonna get some, well, they gotta have, it's celebration time.
I mean, if I was Fluid Gaming right now, I would probably go to the store, buy some seeds of some sort, plant them in the ground, and in a little bit of honors for D2E, and just water it up. See where it goes, see where it takes you.
Man, Fluid Gaming played so well. D2E played. Listen, D2E played very, very good. Fluid Gaming was just a little bit better, and D2E came right back in that game, and man, it could have went either way. Endless. It could have went either way.
Could have, yeah.
And just unfortunately, D2E just fell a little bit short today. But we've seen them win in the past. We've seen their top players be their top players. And sometimes, in a long tournament like this, best of ones, back to back to back, it does get to you. And just didn't have just enough in the tank, and Fluid Gaming was just a little bit better today.
Yeah, I think it did come down to just the tiny little mistakes and overextension, and it just seemed like Fluid Gaming overall was just more in sync, right? And down to earth. There's a lot of hero plays that were happening, in which I'm sure they're going to watch the VOD and kind of pick and understand what exactly went wrong with their defense and the attacking side. But nonetheless, kudos to Fluid Gaming, who, I mean, came out huge, right? And winning 2 maps out of the 3 and just ending it directly in 2. I mean, huge round for Kev, right? I mean, absolutely dominating. And we remember him on Ascent. I mean, he started off slow, same thing as Cuz, and ever since then hasn't looked back and finishes off that game. Man, I don't know what to say. 4K to end things off. I'd sleep good tonight. And
they were the top 2 respected players for their teams, right? Kev 23 and 17, and Cuz 17 and 16. So, there wasn't really one player that obviously stood out for them, but those 2 players, slow start on the first map, but then they started to move a little bit better and, started to get a little bit more confident. And now look at them, right? Now they are your champions, $300 in their pocket.
Exactly. And like you're saying, it's more of a team effort that we've seen in both these teams. It's not really one player or 2 players that are just absolutely dominating and carrying the team. It was a very good team effort all across the board. So everyone did exactly what they needed to do. Everyone did their part, and hey, they came out victorious.
For sure. And just to let everybody know, Moonrise does host the bi-weekly tournaments. Okay, so obviously we're doing it this week, so it won't be next week, but it'll be the week after, right? So it's Fridays at 6 p.m. sharp. Make sure you join the Moonrise Discord. That's Moonrise in chat. And yeah, don't forget to take a look at us at GLG. We host weekly tournaments. That's the Pit of Valor every Wednesday. So that's a free entry. So make sure you guys get your entries in. A lot of the teams that you saw here will be playing there. So if you think you can beat some of these guys, then definitely sign up. And yeah, that's really all I have.
Yeah. And I mean, again, huge thank you for everyone who stopped by and supported us. Moonrise again for putting on such a great tournament. We loved and enjoyed every minute of it. And again, congratulations to Fluid Gaming. And until next time, we'll see you then.
Exciting Call of Duty here for you tonight.
Your mic's muted, but you know.
So I knew once I turned up, it was over.
Where's our names? Hello?
Yeah, I don't.
He has a chance.
Welcome back to another week of the Pit of Valor.
And welcome to the Valium.
Welcome everybody. Here we are, and welcome everybody to the place in the mid. Here's the shot on the way we got this round. Why not an ace? Absolutely! Trapped completely by the sea. They put themselves in a chamber.
Connect. Oh, next.
That's a collapse.
Pick up all the frags.
The next best of 3 is coming up, and here's our sock.
Bon appetit.
Definitely.
No.
Thank you, and good night.
And we can't wait to see you tomorrow.
And stay safe. Peace.
Every week at GL Gaming Lounges. If you're not there, what else are you doing?